the Committee on Housing and Executive Administration. The time is 6:00 p.m. on Tuesday, June 22nd, 2021. I'm calling to order the second part of today's budget oversight hearing with government witnesses only that was rescheduled due to the newly established federal Juneteenth holiday of last Friday. The Committee on Housing and Executive Administration is meeting virtually via Zoom for our fourth budget oversight hearing to discuss the proposed fiscal year 2022 budgets with the government witnesses for the Rental Housing Commission, the Office of the Tenant Advocate, the Housing Finance Agency, and the Department of Housing and Community Development and the Housing Production Trust Fund. The hearing has been broadcast over the council's website, cable TV, and on the committee's YouTube. I look forward to what we will learn today through our discussions with the government witnesses on both the proposed budget and feedback the committee received days ago from about 50 public witnesses. Our government is proposing to do much and more work is needed. As chair of the Housing Committee, I want assurance from our operating agencies that their plans and processes that will be used in the FY22 budget with many resources, that it will be more effective and more efficient and put their resources to the best use. I'm going to pause to recognize, I think I've been joined by a few colleagues, and give them an opportunity if they would like to make an opening statement. I believe I see Councilmember Janice Lewis George.
Yes, I am here. Good evening, Chairperson Bonds, members of the Housing Committee and staff, and to our government witnesses. Thank you for the opportunity to join you today. DC is facing a housing crisis that has led to a surge in homelessness, displacement, and one that disproportionately impacts Black and Brown communities. We know the statistics, but it bears repeating again. The average two-bedroom apartment in DC rents for $3,100 per month. This is more than an entire paycheck for most families, low-income families. The disparities in housing are even more stark when we consider that virtually all 88% of households who are both extremely low income and severely rent burdened are headed by a person of color, most of whom are Black. But we have to be unafraid to tackle this crisis with bold solutions. The $250 million investment we are making in the trust fund next year is $500 across these 2 years is one of those bold solutions we can absolutely celebrate, we are excited and grateful for. But this investment only makes a meaningful down payment on our housing crisis if enough of these units are affordable to residents who suffer the greatest rent burden. Because while yes, we do need to produce more housing in general, increasing our housing supply alone won't solve deeply entrenched racial inequities in housing. We need to be strategic. We need to be strategically targeting our resources and consistently meeting our statutory requirements to prioritize deeply affordable housing. My questions today will focus on one, how this budget improves upon the status quo in deeply affordable housing development. Two, how we are applying a racial equity lens to existing and new housing programs. And three, how we are meeting people where they are for housing assistance, with more renters and homeowners facing even greater housing instability brought on by this pandemic, reverting to a status quo that left so many waitlisted, rent burdened, or unhoused is not an option. I look forward to talking with the Office of Tenant Advocate today and all the amazing work they're doing about expanding their capacity. They are doing great work for our community and for our tenants, and we need to resource them to expand that work and improve that work. But by increasing staff and lowering the caseload ratios, we don't need individuals overworked and burned out when doing this important work for our tenants. Our office worked really hard on the comp plan as it relates to housing, and I want to hear how the board will apply the comp plan's racial equity lens and recommendations to project proposals, among other questions this evening. So I look forward to hearing from the Office of the Tenant Advocate, as well as the Housing and Community Development and all of our housing agencies on how we are going to do better as a district. Thank you so much, Chairman Bonds, for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Also, we've been joined by a member of the committee, Councilwoman Alyssa Silverman. Would you want to take this time to make an opening statement?
Very little time, Madam Chair, given the late night hour. Good to see you, Councilmember Bonds, and my colleague, Councilmember Louis George. It is not a surprise what I'm going to be asking about. With our expanded resources, how are we going to make the city affordable for families at various income levels? And how are we going to strategically use the tools we have to do that? I'll just sum it up that way, Madam Chair, and make it very nice, short and sweet. And I look forward to our government witnesses tonight. I'm gonna go get a cup of coffee to prepare. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Yes, it will be into the night, I suspect, given that we're starting at a little after 6 p.m. But thank you both for being here. And I don't feel like I'm alone. Let's put it that way. First,
you're not alone, Councilmember Bonds.
Well, I remember once it was like 4:45, 4:30 a.m. that I did one hearing. And,
that was that public safety hearing. I remember.
Well, there was another one that we did. Yeah, there have been a few like that. And if you recall, a few years ago, we would have hearings until 10, but we will not get to that tonight. I'm very sure. Councilwoman Louis George, we are doing better. As you put on the record, we're doing better already. We know that we can do better. So thank you all very, very much for being here, sincerely. First up, we're going to hear from the Rental Housing Commission, because there is a daycare issue at hand. So want to make sure that we hear from the head of that office, Michael Spencer. So let me read what we are going to be talking about in the next few minutes. The Rental Housing Commission is responsible for the interpretation and application of the Rental Housing Act of 1985 as amended. The Rental Housing Commission certifies and publishes the annual general allowable rent adjustment. It issues and amends and rescinds rules and procedures for the administration of the Act and for the resolution of disputes arising under the Act. And it decides appeals from decision of the rent administrator, which we all know is located in the Department of Housing and Community Development and the Office of Administrative Hearings. Disputes under the Act commonly include claims of illegal rent increases, requests for approval of special rent increase, repair of housing code violations, retaliation against tenants, and return of security deposits. The agency's FY22 proposed budget is $1.36 million. It supports 9 full-time equivalent an increase FTEs, an increase of 2.4% from the FY 2021 spending level. The commission is composed of 3 administrative judges, including the chief administrative judge. The chief administrative judge, Michael Spencer, I'm happy to welcome to provide us with testimony, and I will swear you in. Mr. Spencer, I see you, okay. If you would raise your right hand, Do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statements that you make before us today to be truthful and complete?
I do.
All right, you may proceed with your testimony when you're ready.
Thank you.
And by the way, thank you for getting printed testimony to us.
Sorry for the delay, but you're
It
quite
was,
welcome.
it was a little delayed, yes.
But, you know, there have been a few delays today. Yes. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So good afternoon, Councilmember Bonds, and to the staff of the Committee on Housing and Executive Administration. I'm Michael T. Spencer, Chairman and Chief Judge for the Rental Housing Commission. I'm excited to speak today about our FY 2022 budget oversight hearing. First, on behalf of everyone at the Commission, I want to just acknowledge and share our awareness of the pain that a lot of tenants and housing providers have experienced in our city over the past 16 months. We know people have, and some folks continue to struggle to make ends meet. For some odd reason, my computer decided to lock me out, but I will continue without those notes. We are quite pleased with the mayor's proposed budget. It represents approximately a 2.4% increase over the funds we've received for this current fiscal year. Of course, some of our goals for the monies that are proposed is to really increase our efficiency around resolving cases. And so that's through, of course, adjudication, meaning a traditional hearing before the three judges, but also through mediation. At our performance oversight meeting, we spoke about mediation, and Councilmember Bonds, you asked me whether the mediator was certified, and I shared at that point she was really experienced, a really experienced attorney, but she was not a certified mediator. We have found a certification program that she's going to attend this fiscal year. We're also exploring ways to strengthen our mediation program. And so we're looking at, for instance, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia, the federal court. They have a voluntary mediation program where they get volunteer lawyers who are trained as either mediators or just really experienced attorneys to take cases to help the court resolve those cases a lot sooner. And so we're going to look at that as one way to expand our capacity to get work done. Another thing that we're going to do that I'm hopeful that our stakeholders will actually enjoy is we're going to continue to offer our hearings moving forward in a virtual format. And we're going to do it for a number of reasons. First, we know it's efficient and it's proven to be effective. Right now, and I heard your conversation with the director for aging and community living. Right now, we know everyone doesn't have equal access to the internet or to computers. With the system we're currently using, WebEx, a party can also call into the hearing with their telephone. We also know for attorneys or other folks who are representing litigants, this reduces the amount of time that they need to spend traveling from forum to forum, thereby also reducing the costs associated with litigation, whether you're actually paying attorney fees or even if you aren't paying the cost that nonprofit agencies are still incurring for those expenses. One of the most important things that it does too is it gives litigants an opportunity to be heard without having to take time off of their jobs. We know that everyone isn't fortunate to have paid leave. We also know that all jobs don't necessarily even if you have paid leave. Sometimes the culture is that you don't take the actual leave that you've incurred. We also realize that folks are going to come out of this pandemic. Some folks, unfortunately, more rent burden. Some housing providers have more debt because of obligations they may have been unable to meet. And so we also realized that, any savings is an important savings. So the savings of time, the savings of, to be frank, a dry cleaning bill to try to look what some may deem is respectable, the savings of, commuter expenses, whether it's driving or parking or using Metro. We are really excited. The most excited, update that we have, of course, is around our regulations, which we've spent many years, in particular, our great lawyer, our great general counsel, Daniel Mayer, has spent many years working on an update with our partners at OEH and our partners at Dhcd, namely the rent administrator, Lauren Payer, and her team. Just on the 18th, we all pulled together our final revisions for what's going to be our third and final publication of a draft rulemaking. We know before the end of this fiscal year, we will have final rules out. And we feel really fortunate that the time is coinciding with, hopefully what will be a swift and, relatively managed into the pandemic, as well as the eviction moratorium. And so we think this is going to be a great time to make sure that all stakeholders have clear guidance on how to navigate the rules, how to navigate the commission, how to navigate the Rental Housing Act of 1985. I'm going to just go ahead and I know you had a busy day. I'm going to go ahead and I have no notes. So I'm going to go ahead and end at this point and welcome any questions that you may have.
All right, thank you very much. You did pretty well. You kind of followed your script as I was trying to follow along. But thank you very much for that testimony. It is very important to learn how you plan on moving the commission forward as we come out of the pandemic. And I certainly welcome the thought that you would be continuing the virtual hearings process. I think we've all heard good things about that. I know I've heard from my ANC friends that they really think it is an improvement over the way and the methodology that they were using to reach all the citizens, or more citizens, I'll say, in a community. So thank you very much for that. And again, as you say, you do not have to be prepared any more than just from waist up in order to participate. And for many, that's a big deal. So we'll leave it at that. So thank you very much for that. I wanted to, if we can, jump right into where you are with the draft on the rules.
Yes.
Everyone waits with bated breath, thinking that sooner, but I understand, because I know that each time we change a part of the legislation, it must be updated throughout the entire volume of document. So but where are we now?
So we've issued, this is 2021. So we started with the first draft in 2019. We did the second draft in 2020. And we, being the commission, OEH, and the rent administrators team, we literally just on the 18th all submitted our final revisions for what's going to be a third draft. In that draft, we explicitly state that we're doing the third draft, one, because there are some substantive changes that we've made. One change that, just to give folks a preview to this, one of the things that's likely to be in that draft is, in the second draft, we heard from the stakeholders at Legal Aid regarding, and we discussed this with you at Performance, regarding the explicit exclusion of persons in public housing from the notices to vacate language in the regulations. And there was some concern regarding the inequitable impact that would have on Black and Brown and residents who are experiencing or have experienced chronic poverty. And so we looked at it, we thought about it, we realized that the guidance that we have from the courts right now it's one case that's not as clear as we thought it was upon first read. And so we decided to take that out of the third draft. We also think once we issue the third draft, that it's going to be issued for 30 days. And it is going to look very much like what the final draft is going to look like. So in short, the draft that we're going to issue as the third and final draft, we expected to look very much like the final rules, save probably a few changes here and there. We just finished our internal work on the 18th. Is before September 30th of this year that we will have final rules that are in place, like actually in place.
Okay, and so you're telling us that what will be the language that speaks to public housing residents? Because that you just mentioned that. And are there any other provisions that will be excluded or included in the third draft?
So yeah, there are a few changes. So as far as public housing residents, here's the scenario. So in 1986, when the rules first came out, and it was amended in 1998, but that was just, I think, small amendments. It didn't specify whether, for notices to vacate, whether it included or excluded persons in public housing. In the second draft that we issued, we explicitly stated that those residents were excluded from the notices to vacate rules. Based on feedback and upon further consideration of what we stated in the second draft, we decided in the third draft that we're still working on and should have out pretty soon, that we remove that language. So it doesn't, so we state that we removed the language, we explain why we removed that language. And we think essentially that the courts, council, and possibly even the housing authority might need to look at that issue a little bit more before we issue rules on that particular part.
Okay. All right, that's what I was trying to see where we were with that. And you said there are a few other changes. You want to highlight those real quick?
Yeah, for sure. So another change that we discussed, and I don't want to get too wonky and too technical, but again, stakeholders talked about stays pending appeal, which basically says a judgment won't really be enforced or actionable until you exhaust the appeals process. Certain things a housing provider was able to claim right after a decision, even if the appeal process wasn't exhausted, while there were certain remedies that tenants felt like, well, it's unfair. The housing provider could collect on these items, but if we win, we're unable to collect on those items until the appeals process is exhausted. So we also went ahead and made sure to make sure there was a more equitable process in place in the regulations. Yeah, so there are issues like that. And I just did a presentation on this last week, so somebody in front of mine, and we've addressed and small things too, like email communications, office hours. For many years, we had in the regulations what our actual office hours were. Doesn't leave chance for us to be nimble, doesn't leave us a chance to be flexible. And so we're basically specifying that the office hours will be published on our website. They'll be subject to change, seldomly subject to change, but they aren't regulatory hours anymore.
Okay. All right. So they're more just technical in nature, the changes that you made. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you for that. I know that the public is always interested in any of the rulemaking as it relates to our rent control stock. So I wanted to make sure that we covered that as well. So thank you very much. Currently, you have jurisdiction over all cases under the Rental Housing Act, yet the commission does not have any authority to level civil fines and penalties. And what are the types of cases that would lead themselves to this type of fines and penalties?
So there are situations where, again, if it's a fact-finding situation, we will send something to, okay, let's assume it's this. Let's assume it's rent refunds. The housing provider is charging more than a legal amount of rent to a tenant, or they're demanding, if they're never charging, they're demanding $800 when a tenant really owes $700. What happens in that situation is, although the tenant never actually pays the $800, they're able to get the difference between what they pay and what was demanded, which is the $100, right? In a situation like that, if OEH ruled incorrectly on that issue, we will remand that issue back to OEH. Now, when it's time for the tenant to enforce that action, that enforcement occurs at Superior Court. So they're to go to Superior Court to say, hey, we want to enforce this action. As far as our jurisdiction, you're correct that it is limited to issues covered by the Rental Housing Act. And as I stated in our responses, council could restrict or extend the jurisdiction. The commission doesn't have a public opinion regarding, what happens. We are committed, of course, to doing whatever council sees fit for us to do.
Whatever council sees fit via the law.
Yes, via the law.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, we have no opinion of what that law should look like.
All right.
We try to stay out of those public policy discussions
Right.
because of the role we play. And and it's one of those things where, we, even with the regulations, it's tricky, right? Like, we are deciding cases, and we cannot risk our very true impartiality for someone to think that, we're making this decision based on the belief or an opinion that we hold, and it's not the law.
Okay, all right. There are other housing statutes that often involve complex administrative determinations, like cases that arise under the Conversion and Sales Act or the Condominium Act or the Limited Equity Cooperative Statute. Included are these cases that some are under TOPA. Is there any reason why the adjudication of these matters could not be done by your office? If you had the expansion, if your adjudication authority were expanded.
So I will say this, council member. We have, we're an agency of 8 FTEs. We've spent a lot of time, implementing independence and all the work that goes along with that. We spent a lot of time implementing culture change and some of the work that goes along with changing culture. We've spent tremendous time, in particular, again, I just want to, commend Danny Mayer, tremendous time on our regulations. And one of the things that I'm really excited about in the next fiscal year is spending the time and the attention that our case adjudication and mediation processes deserve. We are a capable group of people. I have no doubt in our ability to adjudicate any appellate situation that council sends our way.
All right. Now, you know that your staff of administrative judges is likely to change soon. And
this is news to me.
well, I mean, There's a likelihood
Okay, okay.
you would lose
Oh, yes, I see what you're saying. Okay,
yes, yes,
yes,
okay.
okay. I'm thinking like, what's happening?
It's all right.
Yes,
It's very late, and I apologize for the lateness of the hour.
yes.
But because that is likely to occur soon, I'm wondering, how do you see your office compensating when it'll just be two, perhaps, administrative judges and not three? Do you expect the workload to increase over the next, let's say, 3 months? And during that 3-month period, we would have to go through the appointment process. The mayor would have to submit a new nominee. So I'm just wondering
Yeah.
what your thoughts.
So it's public information, and I think I'm happy you actually mentioned that, because I was like, wait, what's going on? So yeah, so Rupa Putaganta, a great judge in the Good Caldwell House, has been nominated by President Biden to be on DC Superior Court, and we're really excited. She's waiting. Well, the process has to finish playing out. The commission, we all have staggered terms, and so I've been here since 2016 or 17 and 2016. And every year you pretty much run a risk of losing a commissioner because of the staggered term. So we've been a commission before of 2 years ago. It was actually even a commission of 1. I feel like because we have gotten a lot of work behind us regarding becoming independent and also the regulations, and the fact that it also just takes a good amount of time to get familiar enough with the Rental Housing Act. I feel confident that, the public won't see any major changes in our productivity. I actually am hopeful, very hopeful, that because we'll be done with regulations and a lot of the early work of independence, and because, with your help, we'll have a stronger mediation program as well, that we'll be able to spend more time being laser focused on adjudication and case resolution through mediation. And so if Judge Putaganta is hopefully confirmed to Superior Court, and of course Mayor Bowser will find a replacement, I feel like we'll be fine through that process.
All right. Well, thank you for that. And finally, from my perspective, are there any reasons why tenants of rental housing in the district would not be able or eligible to participate in the Stay DC program? You're familiar with the Stay DC program?
Yes, I am familiar with the program. One concern that I think has possibly been addressed, one concern that we had as a commission, and this wasn't a official position of the commission, but just sort of like some concern was regarding the Rental Housing Act exempts not houses, but housing accommodations that are subsidized by district or federal dollars. And also the Rental Housing Commission is 100% funded by local dollars. So we had some concerns, well, I had some concerns personally, that if tenants or housing providers avail themselves to the program, if it could then be argued successfully that the accommodation was now exempt because it could indeed be found to be subsidized by district or federal dollars. Again, this is not a legal opinion from the GC. This is not any case that we looked at. This was just realistically just a sort of like, like I wonder if this needs to be explored. The commission, we're not the ones to explore that unless it comes to us as a case. But it was just sort of like a thought that appeared to us.
Well, thank you for putting that on the record. Of course, as you know, the entire city is hopeful that all of our rental property would be eligible and could participate in this windfall from the federal government. The problem is getting everyone who is eligible, who lives in rental housing, to really just apply based on particularly, well, to apply if they are suffering from COVID, results of COVID pandemic. And so just trying to get people to come forward has been a tremendous challenge. So I was very worried when I thought that you were having, some thoughts about this and how this might be applicable. I do think we need to understand whether or not there is a prohibition against this. But I think the manner in which we are operating the program currently, there doesn't seem to be a prohibition against it, because I think we are automatically taking care of persons who may be in dire straits that are in subsidized housing now, making it an automatic. So there's no application process, is my understanding. But I wanted to explore that with you.
I appreciate the question for sure.
Yeah, well, thank you. Thank you very much. I think I see Councilmember Louis George is back with us. Councilwoman, do you have questions for Mr. Spencer?
No, not at this time. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. All right, we will move to our next witness. And give me a moment here. We had a little technical glitch, so I have to rearrange everything. Okay, now we are going to hear from the Office of Tenant Advocate. As we all know, the mission of the Office of Tenant Advocate is to provide technical advice and other legal services to tenants regarding disputes with landlords, educate and inform the tenant community about tenants' rights and rental housing matters, advocate for the rights and interests of district renters in the legal, regulatory, and judicial context, and to provide financial assistance to displaced tenants for certain emergency housing and tenant relocation expenses. The district's chief tenant advocate is Johanna Shreve, who has served in this role since 2006. The proposed FY22 budget for the office is $4.06 million. It is a 1.3% increase from the FY21 approved budget. The agency has 28 proposed FTEs. This is up from 24 in the approved FY21 budget. The Office of Tenant Advocate has long been an important voice in all things rental housing, but this is especially true right now. The office is made up of 6 divisions, including legal representation, policy advocacy, emergency housing, administrative services, case management and outreach, and the OTA Educational Institute. Each of these divisions works to advance and enhance the rights and resources of the district's tenants, including in its duties is the critical most recent role of assuring that tenants are aware and take advantage of the $352 million the district received from the federal government for rent and utility assistance, as well as other resources currently available to tenants. The Office of Tenant Advocate has also been busy ensuring that tenants are aware of their rights under current emergency and temporary legislation passed by the council during the public health emergency that really has substantially extended tenant protections. The Office of Tenant Advocate has also been given the task of developing and completing a database on the district's rent stabilized properties, which will serve as a valuable tool upon its completion later this year. I look forward to hearing from the Chief Tenant Advocate on plans for the expenditures of the agency's FY22 budget. And so with that, we will now hear from the Chief Tenant Advocate, Johanna Shreve. And it says good morning, but of course it's good evening to you, Ms. Shreve. And I will now swear you in. If you raise your right hand, do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statements that you make before us today to be truthful and complete?
I do.
Thank you. And you can proceed when you're ready.
Good evening, Chairperson Bonds, members of the committee, and staff. I am Johanna Shreve, Chief Tenant Advocate at the Office of the Tenant Advocate. Today, I will testify on the mayor's proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the agency, and I will also comment on a few related rental housing topics. I wish to thank the mayor and her team for a budget proposal that reflects care for the concerns of district renters and for the OTA's efforts on their behalf as we transition to the post-COVID environment. I would also like to thank you, Chairperson Bonds, for your leadership and for this opportunity to continue our ongoing dialogue about the agency's budget and mission, especially in these unique times. As you have just indicated, our budget for FY22 is $4,061,702. 80% of that budget is local, representing $3,258,266. 12% of it is special purpose revenue funds, representing $467,826. And 8% represents, for the first time, an infusion of federal funds coming from the COVID pile. Overall, we had a 1.3% increase of the agency's budget over last year. Additionally, the agency personnel costs would increase by 16.7% with an enhancement of 4 two-year term FTEs. Further explanation of how the new staff and associated non-personnel costs will be used is reflected in the attachments to this testimony regarding the agency's proposed legal branch and education and outreach branch expansions. With respects to intra-district fixed funds, the FY22 proposed budget includes 2 new unfunded operational expenditures for the agency. First, as a Tier 3 agency, traditionally, our human resource activity costs were covered by the Department of Human Resources. In the proposed budget, the OTA will become responsible for providing a transfer of $22,400 to DCHR for those activities. Additionally, for the past 15 years, our financial requirements, i.e. budget preparation, monthly expenditure analysis reports, were covered by OCFO. Within the proposed budget, OTA would become responsible for covering 50% of a shared staff cost in the amount of $50,000 for a budget officer who serves our agency as well as ABRA. Further, costs associated with the creation of the new rental control database will be decreased by $157,733. And this is due to the conclusion of OTA's role in the current ongoing development of the new database and its expected transfer to the Rental Accommodations Division of Dhcd by the end of 2021. And finally, the proposed budget reflects an elimination of $68,402 for the mold assessment program. And I note that the OTA received 249 mold complaints in FY20 and 66 in FY21 to date. I would like now to put the discussion about the agency's FY22 budget in the context of program activities provided thus far during the PHE, and to discuss anticipated community needs after the PHE's aftermath. As stated at this year's oversight hearing, the OTA has not only maintained its level of program services during the PHE, we have also expanded them. For example, while COVID social distancing imperatives compelled us to suspend the annual Tenant and Tenant Association Summit, the agency's education and outreach branch took a giant leap forward in the delivery of services to district renters confronting mounting uncertainty and confusion. We connected with an ever-increasing number of district residents in all parts of the city. And in calendar year 2021 to date, the Education and Outreach team has presented to over 1,100 residents across all district wards. And we anticipate that number will grow significantly. We teamed up with food distribution organizations to connect more district residents who experience food insecurity and related housing issues to the OTA and other resources. After all, this is the population that is likely to have to make the painful choice as to whether to pay the rent or to put food on the table. I believe that the OTA's education and outreach services, while always central to our mission, are becoming ever more vital to the public welfare. For example, as the PHE ends, many tenants will be at risk of being rushed into the eviction process without knowing about the available financial and legal resources that could help them remain in their homes. We have started to implement multi-phase PHE transition outreach strategies. Phase 1 involves more frequent Renters' Rights 101 webinars in both English and Spanish, an expanded social media campaign, low-tech, high-visibility outreach methods such as A-frame signs at vaccination sites, and partnering with community organizations to target those facing the greatest housing insecurity. These activities are well underway. Phase 2 involves seeking ways to more visibly advertise tenant rights and OTA program services, creation of an OTA app, creation of a PHE tenant protection timeline, which is attached to this testimony, signage on public transit vehicles and bus shelters on targeted routes, as well as TV and radio ads. We are in the process of designing these activities. However, as we identify more outreach opportunities, we are also starting to anticipate spending pressures. Phase 3 includes transitioning signs at vaccine sites to the Department of Park and Rec and DC Public Libraries locations. Phase 4 involves the production of tutorial videos on various aspects of district rental housing law. And Phase 5 involves technical advisory assistance to tenant associations facing the impending onslaught of more than 100 TOPA transactions. Calls for this type of assistance have significantly expanded, and currently the agency is engaged in technical advisory support for the Tenants Association at Congress Park Plaza in Southeast. Expansion of personnel resources is highly likely to be necessary with so many TOPA deals on the table. Similarly, as the legal team makes strides in its delivery of services to clients, the demand for those services continues to grow, and will grow even more dramatically as the PHE comes to the end. An agency, and indeed all of us, anticipate a barrage of new eviction-related cases once the moratorium on notices to vacate and filings end. Estimates suggest as many as 67,900 district households could be at risk of eviction as the PHE-related tenant protections are lifted. It is safe to say that district residents are in dire need of affordable legal services like never before. Again, I thank the mayor for dedicating a portion of the federal COVID funding to the agency. This funding enhancement will assist the agency in putting shoulder to the wheel as the district copes with the coming wave of eviction actions and other post-pandemic tenant issues. However, I do believe that my initial estimation when requested by the administration fell short of the mark. A further expansion of the legal branch will be necessary to enable the agency to do its part to meet both the full scope of the looming eviction crisis and the increasing demands for legal services generally. I believe that the OTA must significantly expand its litigation activity, especially impact litigation, as contemplated in our Establishment Act. Please see the attached document that outlines my vision for the proposed expansion. I would like to note that the state of California Governor Newsom has initiated an eviction diversion program that calls for paying the back rent of all low-income tenants in the state. And while I realize the district doesn't have those kind of financial tools, We do anticipate that the courts and the council, in collaboration with agencies and community organizations, will develop a robust eviction diversion program for the district. I believe it is critical that the OTA be able to facilitate any program that gets implemented. The proposed budget includes 1,000 online item 3030 legal service provider account to cover filing fees and other court costs that the agency incurs. However, with the projected rise in the number of cases, $1,000 is not enough funding to handle the expansion. Thus, I have two requests. First, please move the 1,000 to Activity Code 3015, legal in-house representation services. And second, please increase the funding to approximately $150,000 to cover court fees, other litigation, and expert witness costs. Now on to the Rental Control Clearinghouse database. We provided the committee with our latest quarterly report. We have expended $490,000 of the $980,000 total project dollars for the database, representing a 50% spend down. We are generally on target for delivery of the database to DHC's Rental Accommodations Division by the statutory deadline, December 31st, 2021. The contractor most recently presented a third iteration of the database to the OTA, together with the chairperson of the Rental Housing Commission and an OAH administrative law judge. The contractor is incorporating feedback from this and earlier presentations, as well as feedback from a user group of landlords assembled by the OTA. We have provided the member list for this user group to Chairperson Bond's office, and we will do likewise for the tenant user group once it is assembled. However, the development phase of the project will require more resources. First, we must create a new application programming interface, or AIP, to give RAD the ability to receive rental housing business license data needed as part of the registration process. This aspect will require between $140,000 to $216,000 and can be funded with our existing budget. However, our next and final phase is to add certain user improvements, such as a tenant portal for the electronic submission of tenant petitions, elderly or disability status registration forms, rent payment plan complaint forms, and other documents, as well as a portal for electronic submission by landlords. We estimate an additional $246,590 will be required to make these improvements. And I will be happy to explain the variables for these costs further if necessary. I appreciate the council's willingness to work with us last year to extend the deadline for delivery of the database to December 31st, 2021 via emergency and temporary legislation. However, I note that the temporary legislation extending this deadline expires on Wednesday, August the 4th. We hope to work with the committee on amending the Budget Support Act to ensure that the deadline extension in fact remains effective through the deadline provided in the legislation itself. As our workload and responsibilities expand, the agency's need for a significant IT systems upgrade is becoming abundantly clear. First, improving our IT capacity would promote functionality and create efficiencies across the agency in any number of ways. It would improve the way we provide brief services assistance to thousands of tenants every year, thus allow the attorney team to devote more time and attention to matters requiring legal expertise, including impact litigation. Improve our methods of collecting data, generating reports, and tracking intake issues for problem areas in the law for policy development purposes. And allow us to create a cohesive emergency housing management system and thus improve communication with tenants, housing providers, and other government agencies, including DCRA, HCMA, DHS, the DC Council, and the Office of the Mayor. This includes the ever-increasing demand for data collection, demographic, and otherwise, to know our clients better and improve the agency's responsiveness across programmatic branches. In addition, the agency's workload with respect to electronic communications has increased significantly. An upgrade to our IT systems will improve our ability to meet new council requirements and communicate with tenants regarding the agency's receipt of copies of certain legal notices. Some of these agency activities are required by laws enacted in recent years, while others are measures that I implemented to better fulfill the agency's mission considering such laws. For example, the council has given the OTA responsibility for receiving filings under TOPA for single-family dwellings, in addition to our robust TOPA rapid response letter program. More recently, the council charged us with receiving copies of eviction notices under Act 24-67, the Eviction Moratorium Public Safety Exemption Amendment Act of 2021. In addition, ever since the March 2019 enactment of Law 22-245, the Eviction with Dignity Amendment Act of 2018, up until the enactment of the COVID-related eviction moratorium, the OTA, while not legally required to do so, has sent rapid response letters to each tenant scheduled to be evicted by the U.S. Marshal's Office. Of course, we will resume doing so once the moratorium is lifted. The agency estimates it would need $300,000 to fund this IT upgrade. I have attached an IT system upgrade proposal that elaborates in detail regarding this area. I have testified numerous times on the unfair use of voluntary agreements by some landlords to raise rents dramatically in rent-controlled units, which effectively removes entire buildings from meaningful rent control. In enacting Law 23-246, the Voluntary Agreement Moratorium Amendment Act of 2020, effective March 16th, the council has placed a much-needed 2-year moratorium on VAs. Unfortunately, the Office of the Chief Financial Officer has assessed this law as having a cost in the form of foregone future property and business income tax revenues, despite the fact that unlike corporate landlords, tenants who can afford to stay in the district pay personal income, sales, and other taxes that may offset any projected loss of tax revenue from landlords. Thus, due to this financial impact, the VA moratorium itself cannot take effect until the council funds the measure. As the cost is a mere $5,000 in FY 2022 and $191,000 over 4 years, I strongly urge the committee and the council to do so in the FY 22 budget. The Department of Energy and Environment recently approved regulations outlining compliance pathways for housing providers to meet the district's building energy performance standards under the Clean and Affordable Energy Act of 2008. Many owners of residential accommodations will have to upgrade building systems to comply with the new energy efficiency requirements. In April, the OTA submitted comments on the BEPS rulemaking to DOEE. We applauded the district's move towards environmental responsibility and sustainability. However, we also expressed concern that many landlords of rent-controlled buildings may attempt to pass the cost of such improvements onto tenants by petitioning for the government's approval of capital improvement surcharges. I urge the council and the committee to consider ways to help small landlords in particular cover the cost of these improvements. After all, promoting energy efficiency and maintaining affordable housing are both matters that are squarely in the district's short, medium, and long-term public interest. We look forward to working with the committee and the council on this issue. Chairperson Bonds, this concludes my testimony, and I welcome any questions you or other members may have at this time.
Ms. Reed, thank you very much for your testimony. I suspect that I do have questions, not a lot, because you usually cover much of the concerns that many of us have. But I know that my colleague has been waiting patiently, and so I'm going to give her an opportunity to speak with you. Councilmember Lewis George, you want to be up to speak with Ms. Shreve?
Yeah, I can go.
All right.
First, I want to thank you, Director Shreve, for providing such thoughtful and thorough testimony. I truly appreciated hearing all of that. It actually answered some of my questions early on, which was always great. I want to start with an area that you touched on already, but I wanted to ask questions sort of just regarding the staffing as we for the Office of Tenant Advocate. So I think based on the proposal you shared for expanded work, can I confirm, do you have enough staff and agency capacity to meet the potential flood of cases you note in your testimony submissions that could come in fiscal year 2022 if we don't have a smooth and thoughtful rollout of the public health emergency? Is the request for 6 FTEs enough even?
The answer is, I think that we are looking at a variety of approaches to what I call the Vanguard Legal Service Protection Program. We were fortunate enough to receive, as I indicated in the testimony, 4 positions when I got a call and asked to give this information within 24 hours. When we began to look at it again, we realized that we did need more attorneys. And the proposal that we've submitted to you breaks down the process that we would use in order to advance an eviction process for tenants throughout the city. I don't think that one entity is going to be able to handle the thrust of the number of people that we're going to get. So with our nonprofit legal service providers, with the Access to Justice Foundation funds and other mediums, I think we're funding more than one entity in order to look at the issue of eviction strategies. One of the things that I did not put into the proposal was a thought about the program that we had before, which was the legal service provider program, where we had funding additional funds to bring in both nonprofit and for-profit legal experts to assist us in ensuring that we were covering the city and also the demographic profiles of our tenant population in a more comprehensive way. But to answer your question, I think we have to get started into the program. And one of the things that my colleague Mike Spencer talked about today was the virtual side of the business. I do believe, since we have not heard from the court yet as to how they're going to proceed, that we may find ourselves having to turn our conference room into a virtual representation office where tenants can come. And we can represent them there. Some of the tutorials that we're putting together are specifically going to be directed towards teaching tenants how to work in a virtual environment, as we did with our course called This Is Not Court TV, when we put that together for the Housing Conditions Court. I believe that you have to have more than one approach to handle the volume of what we don't know yet. And so we are developing the various strategies, hopefully, to be able to come at this problem in a variety of different ways. So to say that I have enough attorneys, probably the answer is no. But I also have to take the consideration of the space that I am in at this current time. And I don't know where I'd put all those people if I had them. As it stands now, if I'm given additional attorneys, I know what to do with them. If I had 10 more, they would probably have to work in a virtual environment part-time in order for us to be able, to handle all of the needs and necessary processes and activities.
Okay, thank you for that. Focusing just on the budgeted 2-year staffing increases for in-house representation from federal ARPA funds, will these be in-house hires or contracted from a law firm?
No, in-house.
Okay. So the salary we are budgeting for these lawyers' roles is like $67,000 per hire. Then is that a high enough wage to recruit quality candidates to hire and onboard quickly, especially for, I guess, a temporary position?
The answer is probably no. If you look at the first group that we did, we brought in the litigators at $112,000. I think that's a reasonable amount.
Yep.
So yes, we would need a bump up in that salary request.
Yeah. Okay.
I appreciate you noticing that.
Yeah. Yeah, I just think, we have to recruit quality candidates to hire and
Right.
onboard quickly. And, and we have to consider all, that they have, law degrees and all of those things.
Right.
I noticed funding and staffing for the Educational Institute is being reduced. Can you say more about this? It seems like you all agree tenants would be well served by more education about housing assistance and changing eviction laws and their other rights coming out of the public health emergency protections.
I believe that that's a technical problem. I've spoke to our OCFO person. I'm asking for 2 more people for that division.
Okay.
And as it shows in the budget, that's where the screw up was. They're
Okay.
moving that position back. I don't know how it got bumped out. I really don't. I talked to the OCFO guy about it, and so they are going to move it back.
Okay, that's great.
Yeah,
to
so
hear.
there wasn't a reduction, because certainly the young lady who's working her tail off now would be surprised if she didn't have a job, But no, it was I don't know, it was a position error. That's all I can say.
Okay, thank you. I know, I don't know, is it Nicole McKenty and
That is correct.
Nicole and Cristobal? Yeah, they came out to a community event for our seniors and were so helpful and so informative. So when I read that, I was like, no.
No, they're not going anywhere. Trust me. In fact, they are the
They're
initial
amazing.
technical advisory
Great.
team for the Congressional Plaza property that we are already on.
Great.
And 2 people addition is very modest, but necessary. There's no way you can handle the demand and the educational needs and the technical expertise that's needed for this TOPA onslaught without more people in the education and outreach division.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I want to thank Nicole and Cristobal for the work they've done. And I think 2 more people to help them would great. And then last point on this section, I think you spoke about it already, but does OTA have all the tech and IT resources it needs to make assistance to tenants accessible on virtual platforms or in hybrid models or in person and virtual going forward? If not, what would that look like so we can have an understanding of how much funding is needed for that piece?
We've put a proposal for 300,000, and the IT proposal is attached to your testimony.
Perfect. Thank you so much. That's my first round. I see Councilmember Silverman is also here, so I don't want to go over on my round.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Silverman, I'll give you an opportunity for a round.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman Bonds. Good evening, Director Shreve. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
It's been a long 16 months.
Yes, it has.
So actually, that actually is a productive lead-in to where I want to go. One thing I've wanted to know from you and your office, Director, is more about the people, the residents who've been contacting you. So it would be, as you know, there's been a lot of discussion at the council about state EC, about whether tenants know their rights, whether they know that there is funding available for back rent, whether they even know that there is an eviction moratorium. So can you paint a picture for us about who is contacting OTA? What are their concerns? Are they aware of the assistance programs that are available? And that would be really helpful to hear.
Okay, let me give you a personal experience. I've been working with the property on Kansas Avenue, and I went out to that property. It's 12-unit property, and I met with the tenants myself, along with Housing Counseling Service was there, but I had been invited by a tenant to come to the property, so I went myself and attended the meeting. It was about an OAG receivership. Then a receivership is denied. The housing provider is informed that he must fix the electrical problems in the property. And then we assembled an additional list of all the maintenance problems that were happening on this property. The average
Okay.
tenant living at the property, I would say, was between 50 and 62 years old. There were a couple of young mothers with children, but the average was around that age. And as they complained and told me all of their concerns, I had them raise their hands on a different kinds of survey questions that I asked them. And then I got to, do any of you owe back rent? And of the 8 people that were attending that meeting, 6 of them raised their hand. And next to me is my nonprofit colleague from Housing Counseling Service. And I said, well, we have a representative here who can tell you about State EC. How many of you know about State EC? Nobody's hand went up. Then I found out from my colleague that the applications were not being accepted. And I said, oh, I didn't know that at the time that I was there. But one of the tenants said that they had.
Can I pause you there? So the tenants didn't know. Did the landlord file on their behalf?
No. And in fact, I contacted the landlord and I told him that he needed to file. So then that was a second conversation after the fact. But we started with the tenants. So here I am with these tenants, and I'm realizing that here, and most of these were older gentlemen. They did not know that they could get their back rent paid. And so now I'm beginning to tell them, yes, you can. And now I talk to the landlord. Yes, you will file so that these tenants can pay you the money that you'll get the money that's owed to you, and everybody can be made whole. But that was a real live experience with Johanna being the person that served as the tenant organizer that night. The same thing has applied to Congress Plaza. This is 377 units. And I can guarantee you that probably a great number of those tenants on that property have not made application for State EC because they really don't know about it. One of the things that we believe has to happen is that you've got to have staff people who are willing to go to the properties, because and you have to know the tenant associations. You have to establish a sense of trust between yourself and those tenants in order for the tenants to want to talk to you about owing money. I think people have a inherent shame when they owe somebody something, okay? Yeah. And they don't talk about it unless it's to their girlfriend or to their children or to whomever. But we know that this is a concern, and that's why we started doing what we did at the food banks, putting out the sandwich pieces that said, if you owe rent, and that's exactly how I had the staff put it. If you owe rent, call this number and we can help you. There are also individuals who owe rent that may not be eligible for the COVID dollars, but are eligible for ERAP dollars. But the ERAP funds are tied to the COVID state, the state DC money. And I think those two pots need to be separated so that people who are eligible for the money can also apply for the local dollars as opposed to the federal dollars that are there. When Mike, one more piece. When Mike talked today about when Mike Spencer talked today about public housing tenants, one of the things that I found out through research was that, and through a conversation with the new general counsel at the Housing Authority, there was an assumption that people who receive subsidy for rent were ineligible for COVID dollars, when in fact they are eligible for COVID dollars for the portion of rent they pay. So there were some program definitional issues that had not been clarified. Okay. So we had a training with the Dhcd staff, Dan Pelletieri and Richard Livingston. I had all of my staff on there. Why? Because my staff has got to know the answers to these questions at all times. So we maintain a constant educational forum because things are changing and more information is coming from Treasury. I read a report right before I got on today that talked about, it's a report that talks about the experiences of the funding coming from the feds. And believe it or not, the same kinds of problems that we're having here are happening nationwide. So it's not a unique.
I'm gonna have to pause you, Director,
I'm
because
sorry.
I know we're only doing one round, and I do really have
I'm
questions. for
sorry.
you. That's okay. We're all excited to talk about this. Councilmember Lewis George asked the question on the legal side, but what you just said made me think, because what I'm hearing from you is OTA has the relationships with the buildings. You have the relationships with the tenant association. So should we be giving you more staffing to do the outreach?
Yes.
Okay, so how many
Yes.
staff people would you like? How many?
Can I-
Because you told Councilmember Lewis George you have a physical space issue. So what's your capacity for more outreach staff?
This is the first time I'll ever say this, council member. Can I get back to you with the response? I mean, I don't want to give you just something off of my hip. It'll take me
Well, but
24 hours.
the advantage of doing that is it's on TV here or whatever we're on streaming.
Well,
So I
If
would
gave
ask
me
you to
10
give
more
us a
people, I
number.
would be, if I got 10 more people, I'd be really happy.
10 more people to do, specifically to do outreach.
Outreach.
And I know my time's expired, Councilmember Bonds, but let me ask the same parallel question Councilmember Lewis George asked. Would that be like a term? These are term positions, or would they be full-time FTEs? Like, would we hire them for 2 years, let's say, to work through the pandemic? And
We
You know,
might be able to
yeah.
hire some of the tenants on some of the properties to work for us.
that would be a
that-
great idea.
Yes, it would give them employment. It would give them a sense of accomplishment. We could train them. We could begin to develop the kind of sophisticated technical knowledge that's needed in the community. We could help people learn more about real estate transactions so that they are prepared when somebody comes knocking at their door and the property's for sale. I think that we could do it with a virtual plus a on-site, kind of regime. So we could develop a program that would be, I think, very comprehensive, and not all of them would obviously come from the properties, but I think we could bring some property people, because we've got a lot of smart people that live in our public house, not public housing necessarily, but in housing throughout the city, who need employment and are looking to do good.
I'm out of time. I wish I wasn't, but I want to respect the chairwoman's wishes here to move us along. So thank you very much, Director. And I'd like to talk with you further about this.
We'll be
Outside the
happy to
hearing.
converse.
Great. Thank you, Chairwoman Bonds.
Thanks again to both of my colleagues for these invigorating revelations, which may actually help us get to where we need to be as a community. So I certainly thank them for pulling out this information about, particularly Councilmember Silverman, for pulling out the information about how do we really inform the community in a more effective way, which is really apparently lacking now. And I do believe that, Ms. Shreve, that your office has the connections, and I think that that's very, very important. I also think that we have to look to the neighborhood, the NGOs, because they too have the connections. They work with the persons in rental housing every day. And so I think if we were able to pull together a package, colleagues, that we could very easily do that in a brief amount of time, because we do not have time on our side, as we know. Now, I know that when Director Donaldson, Polly Donaldson, comes on, she will talk a little bit about what they are doing through Stay DC and what have you. But I think finding individuals who know the communities in which they live is,
Paramount.
I mean, you can't transfer that. That's very powerful. Because that's one of the issues we ran across, or still running across, as it relates to the vaccinations. Who do you trust? And trying to get those trusty individuals to convince us as as individuals that we need to take care of our situations is very, very important. And again, this is the confidential situation. So I wanted to know, really, as we think, you made a couple of comments within your testimony that did cause me to pause. More money, more FTEs. Um, and since you're in this committee that I chair, I get very nervous. Um, but I appreciate your boldness because usually when agencies are before the committee, whatever Mark's the executive's budget says, they usually stick with it, even when we try to pry the information from them. But you're nice and outspoken, and so we appreciate that. So let's talk about where the rubber really hits the road and what we really need to do. And again, we don't have a lot of time in order to spend this money, and
Right.
we do not want a penny of it to go back. So as we think about a plan for getting the information out, and as we think about how legal representation is needed amongst our tenant community, I'm just wondering, as we think about the tenant community and legal representation, it just seems to me, I remember from years past that in the District of Columbia, we had a lawyer for every 24 residents. And that's pretty serious. And so I'm wondering if there is a way to engage the small law firms in particular that create some sort of client relationship with them so that they take on additional or they take on, maybe the clients would be our residents that need assistance with evictions, assistance with those kind of situations that are developing or will develop because they are in fear of being evicted. I wonder if that's a road we can go down, and that might save us a little money, and at the same time get us experienced legal assistance.
In terms of what you're describing really is a public-private partnership where we bring those smaller firms into dialogue with us and into relationship with us so that we are getting the biggest bang for our buck. One of the problems I think that we're facing right now, and it's not a problem so much as a challenge, we don't know exactly what the court's going to do. And without having some guidance from the court as to how they are going to conduct hearings and what they're going to require of the tenant community, it leaves us a little bit unsure of what the process should be. But if we developed the programs and brought the teams together and had them ready to go, and we had them in every aspect of the communities, in other words, one for wards 7 and 8, or 2 for wards 7 and 8. You know what I'm saying? And so we demographically as well as strategically develop the partnership so that while we are in charge of it, we have the tentacles out there to help us get the work done. And that means they don't need to be inside of the OTA. They can be in their own offices or in their telework environment. I think we also are beginning to recognize that telework is probably going to be a part of the government in the future. It's become a way of life now. People, they crawl for the fact it gives them a better sense and purpose of life when they're able to do both the job as well as whatever needs to be done at home. So looking at it from that perspective, Councilwoman, I believe that we have to create this operation that's going to prepare us for what's coming. You know, if we look at how the city is broken down and in terms of where the debt is, and one of the more frustrating things that I suffered with earlier on was asking I asked the PHA for their debt to income ratio. I was using them as sort of like my control group to see how many of the people in public housing hadn't paid their rent, subsidized or not, to give me a sense. When I talked to some of the larger property owners looking at Class A, B, and C buildings, and I think that was the other way I looked at it, we found that in the A and the B buildings, they didn't have as high of a debt to income ratio as you had in the C, D, and E. So now that we know that that's there, and we can look at a number of these firms that collect that kind of data, help us to get that data so that we know where to concentrate our resources and our time. Because I think that's what we have to do. We're bumping on 4 or 5 months here of getting this money spent. And I believe we just got another $19 million from the federal government, because I read every federal report that comes out because I get them. And so now we've got more money that's got to be spent. So I do believe that it's going to require a very, very innovative approach for us to get this thing done.
Yes, I do too. And I think much of 22 will be spent figuring out how we come out of the pandemic environment, and what does it mean for the residents of the city, and what kind of service needs that, as you say, some will be very different from what we are or experienced 2 years ago or 15 months ago. And so
Correct.
I'm just thinking about what is it that we really have to be prepared for. And it just seems to me, while we may have this, what is it, $2.3 billion that was sort of not described as to how we would spend it, we know that to move that amount of money around in a budget by the council, after so much time and attention has gone to creating the mayor's budget, we're not likely to be able to move big volumes of money around effectively unless we are focused on those spending responsibilities that are deadline, like this money that we have, the 352 million. And then we have another 50 million that is for mortgage assistance. So we are pretty much flushed with cash, but how do we spend it effectively and really get the results that we need? I think you're right in your analysis that we don't know what the courts will do. I know I'm due for follow up with the chief judges, so I should probably do that in the next 10 days. And maybe I'll discover something that would be more informative. But in the meantime, we at the council are on deadline to get our budget ideas together and get them in so that we can move the budget process forward. And so I would really like to think of your shop as a shop that can take the initiative and think about how we can use legal assistance effectively in the event that we need it, because we're not sure what we will need as it relates to the anticipated eviction wave that will be coming. We don't know. It may be that the federal government will say, okay, we've got monies that we will now deploy to pay through the calendar year and maybe half of the next year. We don't know. Or maybe we wipe out these expenses, that rent expenses, so that everyone's made whole, so that the whole society can move forward. I don't know what the thinking is. And since we don't know that, I think it is important for us to put together plans, plan A and a plan B, as it relates to what will be our legal needs, what will be our outreach needs. And I think that's a great idea, to try and reach people where they are and to reach out to some of the NGOs that are working on the ground. I think that would be a terrific use of their resources. I know when Polly Donaldson comes on, we're going to ask how she's going to, what does she anticipate doing with those resources that go to that community of organizations that assist us. So I really would encourage you to do that. The one question I guess that I had is, and I think you've covered quite a bit, really and truly, of where we wanted to hear from you. What have you thought about? And by the way, the voluntary agreement, we will find money for that. So don't worry. We already have put it in the BSA, so we'll have money for that.
Okay,
I'm more
thank you.
concerned with we will have to extend the certificate of assurance. So we need to do that because it doesn't, I will find out from Ms. Donaldson where the so-called research is on that issue. But you know, that's very important for us to be able to do any expansion of rent stabilization in other buildings. So that's important. So I wanted to get your take on whether or not there are any other areas that we need to cover. Like today, we talked to Michael Spencer at the Rental Housing Commission, and wondered if you have an opinion or you have some thoughts about whether or not that agency could take on responsibility for civil fines and penalties.
I think that that's a question that I need to consult my legal team about first before I respond to you. We have definitely been very intimately engaged with the Rental Housing Commission as they have developed first, second, and third drafts on the Rental Housing Act. And in fact, we started a conversation with the Rental Housing Commission, not the Rental Housing Commission, but the Commission on Real Estate, to talk about a revision and upgrade of all licensing for property managers and owners in the city. We did that because it became very clear to us that the people do not know the rules of engagement. And it's extremely important that people managing properties understand what the law says. When I worked at NCHP, I was the vice president of training for over 88,000 units in the United States and 44 states. I understand the responsibility that property managers have, and in order for them to do their job professionally, they need to be certified. That means that the test that they take should be reflective of the rules of engagement and the rules of law. So we started our conversation with them to become involved in the development of a new training program for that, for the new rules that were coming out. And I'm eager to work with the Rental Housing Commission, Lauren's group, as well as OAG, in helping us to develop the new training manual that will be used by, or should be used by, the Real Estate Commission in ensuring that people who manage in this city manage based on knowledge and not just because.
Well said.
So that's number one. So, I mean, I think that also getting back to the whole issue of this the rent issue that we have in the city, I believe it's important that the association to bring them to the table and get with the people that, I mean, actually go to those groups and make presentations to ensure that they filled out these applications, that they've applied for these funds, because it would be a crime for somebody to put an eviction action in place when in fact they could get paid. So that's another strategy that I think we have to do. And I don't think that we're going to get any pushback from anyone when you're trying to help them get money. It's right. You know, and if somebody has to go there and help them fill out forms, or they need certain information, let's find a way to deal with that that particular insurmountable mountain that they can't climb. But I think those are two of the things that we really need to be on as soon as possible. And maybe Polly's team and DHS have done that. I'm not sure, but to me, it's one of the obvious. Let's get to the people that are owed the money. And the multifamily councils, the home builders have a multifamily council. I don't know how many people in the city are attached to that. We can also reach out to them. They're a national group, but they have chapters in every state. So there's ways for us to seek out people to make sure that these dollars are being spent. There's no reason why we can't spend this money.
Ms. Shreve, I wanted to know if, are you, along with Ms. Donaldson, Ms. Zeilinger, and others, meeting regularly around the Stay DC monies and how we're getting it out? Is there some sort of coordinating activity where you all are meeting and pulling the pieces together in a collaborative fashion, or is it more of a little silo kind of situation?
As far as I can tell, it's silo. I mean, maybe DHS and Dhcd are working together. I'm not sure. The OTA is pretty much on the peripheral of all of this. We have not been brought into any conversations on that around the things that I'm talking about now.
Okay. Well, I believe my colleague and I would be supportive of if it's not too late, to get a BSA in that would stipulate that there be weekly coordination to make sure that this process is beneficial to the residents of the district. I think it's very much a budget issue. Councilwoman Silverman, I see Councilmember Lewis George. I think she, although not a member of our committee, but nevertheless, very interested in this. So
Yes.
This is called What Happens When Women Are Active in these policymaking environments.
Yes.
It's time. All right. Okay. I've seen muscles and thumbs up, so we will take care of that. Okay. I think it's necessary. I truly do. You're, for many, you're the voice of the tenants, and so we want to make sure that we cover all that ground. I just had one question, one follow-up question, because you've been very forthcoming on so many fronts here. Can you explain or give me some indication as to what indications you have that would cause you to project as many as 10,000 eviction cases for non-payment of rent? I mean, is there some data that you are looking at, or just trying to get a
if you look at
handle?
the testimony, you'll find that we provided you with a laundry list of supporting documentation in the Office of the Tenant Advocate proposed Vanguard. In this document, Chairwoman, you'll
Okay.
find that at the bottom, we have provided you with every available resource associated with eviction cases, estimations, district households. If you look at
Oh, okay, your eviction diversion plan.
coalition.
Okay, now you're back. Thank you. Okay, you're back.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was
We
gone.
missed
Okay.
your entire comment. Oh, you're frozen again.
Look at this document, council member. This document, at the bottom, we have all of the resource citations to support what we believe is coming.
All right, well, thank you. Thank you very much for that. I would imagine, Councilmember Lewis George, you need another round?
No, nope, I don't need another round. We have everything we need. I think we just, I can't wait to get together and make these things happen. All of the things that need to happen.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Councilwoman Silverman, are you good?
I am, Madam Chair.
All right.
Thank you to Director Shreve.
My internet connection is going in and out. How is everyone else's? I'm just wondering. I don't want it to be a real faulty evening trying to get through.
Well, it did come up and say that there was a connectivity issue. So
yes.
I don't know if it's us or whether it's just the system itself.
I don't know, Ram. I mean, we don't have any alternative other than I don't know if Ms. Donaldson would rather come on Thursday evening. I don't know. I don't want it to continue to go. You went out about 5 times, Ms. Shreve.
Okay.
Councilmember, I think the connection's good on my end. I'm the host, and it's just good on my end. I've been able to hear most people loud and clearly.
Okay, all right.
Your connection is good, Councilmember Bonds.
Okay.
Occasionally, a witness cuts in and out, as the Chief Judge Spencer and also the Chief Tenant Advocate Shreve, they cut in and out a few times.
Okay.
But I don't believe it's on our end.
All right. Okay. All right. Well, we will we'll move forward then. Well, thank you very much, Ms. Shreve, for your testimony, and I'm sure you'll be hearing from us.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Have a good evening, all of you. Thank you so much for letting me testify today.
Thank you. We will now, do we have Mr. Donald?
Yes, we do, Councilmember.
Okay, all right.
Sure.
My papers are all scattered now, but okay, we will now ask Mr. Christopher Donald, Executive Director of the Housing Finance Agency, to come forward to present his testimony. And good evening, Executive Director. We'll now swear you in, and if any of your staff is present.
Good evening.
Good evening, and thank you all for your patience. I know it's been a very long evening. If you would raise your right hand, do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statements that you make before us today to be truthful and complete?
Yes.
All righty, thank you so much. So you can make your presentation if you'd like, or however you would like to proceed. I did not receive any written testimony, so I wasn't sure.
Yes, ma'am. It was transmitted, so I apologize that you
Okay.
didn't see that. Good evening, Chairperson Bonds and members of the Committee on Housing and Neighborhood Revitalization. My name is Christopher E. Donald, and I am the Executive Director and CEO of the District of Columbia Housing Finance Agency. Here with me tonight from the agency are Mr. Stephen Clinton, our CFO, Ms. Lisa Hensley, our Senior Vice President of Single Family Homes. On behalf of the Board of Directors and the agency staff, thank you for the opportunity to appear before this committee again to testify at this fiscal year 2021 through 2022 budget oversight hearing. The District of Columbia Housing Finance Agency is a corporate instrumentality of the government of the District of Columbia. We have been charged with performing the following 3 tasks. First, to facilitate the delivery of mortgages for home buyers in the district through our Open Doors Mortgage Credit Certificate Program and the Home Purchase Assistance Programs. These programs bring down payment assistance and competitive mortgages to first-time home buyers and ensure that these new home buyers are prepared to be successful homeowners. The agency has also developed an equity fund to invest in the creation of for-sale workforce housing through its housing investment platform. Second, to protect and assist homeowners in retaining their homes in times of crises or economic distress through our Home Saver Mortgage Assistance Program and the Reverse Mortgage Insurance and Tax Program. In times of uncertainty, these programs provide a solid foundation and level of security so that the residents of the District of Columbia can focus on the other priorities to weather the storms. Third, to partner with our sister agencies in the housing ecosystem to provide debt for the construction of or preservation of income-restricted apartments using subsidies provided through the Housing Production Trust Fund, low-income housing tax credits, and tax-exempt bonds. The agency also provides bridge loans to pay for pre-development costs of projects using the McKinney Act program. It is within this context that we dutifully serve the residents of the District of Columbia to ensure that they always have a fair shot at the dream of homeownership and that they always have the ability to live in communities which provide beautiful, healthy, and affordable housing. It should be noted that the agency is entirely self-supporting, and by statute, the agency's budget is independent of the District of Columbia government's executive branch. None of its proposed budget funds will be derived from the district government revenues, nor does DCHFA utilize district government full-time employees. All of its revenues are derived from the three tasks enumerated previously. While DCHFA is an independent agency, the Board of Directors, staff, and myself are fully committed to and work in collaboration with Mayor Bowser, the Council, and our housing partners to advance the housing priorities of the District of Columbia. The agency's FY 2021 budget of $14.3 million will allow the agency to carry out its business objectives through the end of this fiscal year. During today's appearance before the committee, I will share information on DCHFA's budget, operations, and updates on the agency's programs and services since I was last granted an audience with you all at the agency's performance oversight hearing in March. At the agency, we're in the process of returning to the office on July 12th after more than a year of operating remotely. Although the district is open, the economic impact of the coronavirus pandemic is still impacting our homeowners and our renters. DCHFA created from its own reserves a $1 million single-family home ownership COVID fund for DC residents who may have been income impacted by COVID-19. DCHFA also was granted $10.6 million from DMPED from the Treasury Department, which was used as housing stabilization grants in December of 2020 and dispersed over 95% of those funds to over 4,100 households. In addition, the agency continues to refer residents in need of rental assistance to the Stay DC platform as we receive those inquiries. During June, Home Ownership Month, the DCHFA single-family team continues to deliver strong results despite a surging residential real estate market. The median price for a home in the District of Columbia over the last year has hovered at about $659,000. Limited supply and increased competition for these homes are creating pressure for low and moderate income home buyers. The agency has responded to this crisis by increasing its production of mortgages. We have seen our volume increase from $22 million in FY19 to $86 million in FY20 to $64 million in FY21 to date. And we anticipate that we could reach $100 million in production by the end of the fiscal year. In FY 2021 to date, the agency has generated $2.1 million in revenue as of the second quarter. At the time of the agency's 2020 budget hearing, I reported that we were lobbying the U.S. Department of Treasury to reopen the Home Saver program to allow the agency to offer additional mortgage assistance to district homeowners. During the 2021 performance oversight hearing, I announced that the agency was reopening the Home Saver foreclosure prevention program, making approximately $4 million available to district residents in danger of losing their homes due to the economic effects of the pandemic. Home Saver was originally launched in 2010 by DCHFA as a part of the U.S. Department's Treasury Hardest Hit Fund initiative to provide funds to unemployed and underemployed district homeowners that were facing foreclosure. During the program's tenure, 860 district households have been assisted. The program offers a lump sum assistance and ongoing monthly mortgage payments to eligible district homeowners at risk of foreclosure. The maximum amount of assistance is $60,000. The application for the Home Saver Program went live again in February 2021 with a submission deadline of May 14th. Our public relations team set up an aggressive public outreach through 3 interviews across television and radio and a number of paid advertisements across digital and print media that were significantly targeted towards the communities in need. During that time, the Single Family Homes Program Division received 115 applications for a total of $1.5 million of requests. To date, we have closed $225,000 of assistance for 8 applications. We have approved another $400,000 for 20 applications, and we are evaluating the need of 70 additional applications, which may yield $1 million of additional assistance. The REMIT program, which we have worked with in partnership with the council, provides financial assistance for the payment of overdue property taxes, condo fees, and property insurance bill for those homeowners who are at risk of foreclosure. Financial assistance is made to qualified homeowners in the form of a zero-interest, non-recourse loan with maximum assistance of $25,000 for each homeowner. The pilot program was allocated $500,000 by the council for fiscal year 2019, which covered the assistance plus administrative costs associated with the program. The REMIT program serves district homeowners 62 years of age or older. Applicants must have incomes less than 80% of the area median income and be delinquent in their real estate taxes, condo fees, and property insurance, putting them at risk of foreclosure. Today, I would like to thank Chairperson Bonds and her committee for introducing the Reverse Mortgage Insurance and Tax Payment Program, Emergency Amendment Act of 2021, and the entire council for unanimously voting to extend the program and retaining this valuable resource for district seniors, which allow them to retain ownership of their homes and age in place. I encourage any home buyers and homeowners interested in any of the programs we have mentioned here to visit our website at www.dchfa for complete program guidelines. The DCHFA works in partnership with the district housing agencies to achieve economic diversity in the income strata it serves. Our single-family home programs focus primarily on borrowers earning 80% of area median income and below. The tax-exempt bonds serve residents of up to 60% of AMI, and our housing investment platform program serves homeowners between 60 and 120% of AMI. With regard to the agency's multifamily lending and neighborhood investments activity, in FY 2021, the agency issued to date $135 million in multifamily mortgage revenue bonds, and the fees generated from these activities were $4.6 million as of the second quarter of 2021. Creation of 686 units and it has resulted in the creation of 686 units of affordable housing to date. In FY 2021, the agency funded and administered $74 million in LIHTC tax credits and generated over $500,000 in revenue from its administration as of March 31st, 2021. Regarding McKinney Act funds, as of March 31, 2021, the agency had $4.6 million in outstanding loans and earned $145,000 from these loans. The HIP program, our housing investment program, currently has $1.9 million in capital distributed to development partners across 6 projects. DCHFA earned $125,000 in net returns on 2 completed projects in which the agency invested $500,000 of capital. The completed projects are the Cynthia Townhomes located in Ward 7 Marshall Heights neighborhood and the Cuerva condominiums, which were constructed on a vacant to vibrant site on Gale Street in Ward 6 Rosedale community. Both developments combined created 19 workforce homes and all have been purchased. In FY 2021, to date, the agency's portfolio and asset management division generated approximately $116,000 in revenue. The proposed FY22 budget will allow the agency to continue to function at similar levels of volume as we have done in the last few years. The largest impact on our ability to increase the number of multifamily dwelling units for low-income and moderate-income residents is our tax-exempt bond allocation. We strive to use all of the bond allocation each year, which is currently $300 million. We will assess the programs outside of the tax-exempt bond cap allocation to grow affordable units as well. Mayor Bowser's proposed budget includes a request for $400 million for the Housing Production Trust Fund. With this contribution, we anticipate the pace of activity will increase dramatically, and this contribution will potentially leverage $1.2 billion in tax-exempt bond activity. We look forward to partnering with our sister agency, Dhcd, to deploy this resource as quickly as possible. In fact, we have increased our staffing. We have staffed up to ensure that the agency is more than adequately prepared to meet this challenge. The deployment of the new state low-income housing tax credit program will also infuse additional capital into the housing ecosystem. The proposed change in the BSA to decouple these state credits from the federal credits will ensure that we can leverage these dollars across more projects. On the single-family side, we strive to maintain and grow the volume of first trust and down payment assistance programs targeted at those earning 80% of AMI or less. And our budget will support as much volume as we have seen in FY21 and last year in FY20. As we transition back to the office in an open city, the DC Housing Finance Agency seeks to continue its role in the community, not only as an investor in housing, but as a resource for residents. Over the last 18 months, there's been much discussion about social justice and economic equity. We have seen national attention on the treatment of Black and brown bodies. We have watched our brothers and sisters exercise their democratically ordained right to vote, and we have seen our society focus on a fair shot. Here in the district, that talk has translated into action. In this budget, our resources are aligned with Mayor Bowser's administration's objectives. Our resources will facilitate the creation of housing opportunities and tools to serve residents' needs across the economic spectrum from low income to moderate income. And we will continue to explore tools to serve citizens that have been historically underserved. We will work tirelessly to ensure that everyone has a fair shot to live in beautiful, healthy, and affordable housing. This concludes my testimony, and I look forward to answering any questions that you may have at this time.
Well, thank you, Mr. Executive Director, for that informative presentation, as always. And as always, we always commend the agency for getting money out the door and really generating, helping us in the final step of generating affordable housing. Today, I wanted to start by inquiring as to whether or not you feel you have enough financial resources through the bonding programs, through the various activities that you have described to the public to really meet the demand. And what I'm asking, is there a need for additional revenue, maybe from different sources, that could help us meet that demand? Or do you think you have more than enough and that your profit level will be even greater? I don't know.
So thank you for that question, Council Member. What I would say is we have always been able to be independent in terms of our operating budget, and we anticipate that we will continue to be able to do so. When you ask, do we have enough resources in terms of dollars to facilitate the production of housing, I believe we do, but as you and I have talked about offline, we facilitate, right? So our job ultimately is to partner together with our sister agency at Dhcd and to make sure that the dollars they provide through the Housing Production Trust Fund are matched together with debt that is competitively priced to build more housing. And as long as those dollars are invested in that fund, we will be in business and we will be able to support ourselves and to facilitate more activity.
Okay, I appreciate that comment. You probably know the direction I'm moving in. I'm moving into whether or not, if from your earnings, you could set aside a percentage of those earnings that could be utilized to better assist the production of affordable units, and would we get more units?
So that's an interesting question, and here's how I would respond to that. I think part of what we've had the ability to do during this crisis is to take dollars that we have and dedicate them to assist residents under these dire circumstances. That, however, is an episodic event. What we are not equipped to do is over the long term to allocate those types of resources. As we've talked about before, one of the most powerful tools we have right now is our risk share program. And that risk share program is priced so that it lowers the cost of borrowing, right? And part of the way that we're able to do that is with the resources that we have in the organization. Part of what we're working on right now is not only having that basic risk share program, but looking at other ways which we can expand into direct lending. We have strength to do that, and people will buy our bonds as a result of our balance sheet. So I say all of that to say that we are prepared and able on an episodic basis to contribute in such a way that we can relieve pressure on both the renters and the homeowners in this city, and we will continue to be. On an ongoing basis, we are not equipped to do so.
Okay, you of course understand where I am.
Absolutely.
I'm thinking
Absolutely.
about the 145,000 made or revenue generated from the 4.6 loans. Let's see, I've got another number I was able to catch. The 500,000 from the 74 million that was generated. So I'm thinking, as you're relaying to us the amount of revenue that you were able to generate from the various deals, I'm just wondering if we should begin to look at how we can take a portion of that and create even more tools. So that's where I was.
Yes, and I think
and I know you have your staff at the table, and they're saying, "What is she talking about? Is she saying we won't get paid?" Of course not. But maybe what I'm talking about is there a rationale for doing that? Because at some point, as we go through this recovery, there will be suggestions and ideas as to how do we use the money that we have.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And so again, I think the way that we're going to be exceptionally helpful is if you allow us to create more lending tools, right? To create better rates for the housing providers to borrow at, so that it lowers the cost of lending, and it allows us to leverage or get a higher amount of leverage on that $400 million that's in the Housing Production Trust Fund. And that happens in a number of ways. One of the other ways that we're looking at increasing our capacity is, can we partner together with other lending programs and buy down the interest rate on those loans, right? That's more powerful than simply taking $1 today and providing it to an episodic program versus having $1 invested that goes for the next 15 to 30 years, determined based on the length or the duration of that loan. And so what you'll hear me say, and we talk about this all the time, and you tell me I think like a banker, right? But there's this connection from the capital markets to the people we serve, right? And so in order for us to get more money to help more people, right, we've got to think differently about our resources.
All right. Well, I see my colleague, Councilmember Silverman. I would imagine you have some questions.
Yes, I do. Just one round, Madam Chair. Director Donald, thank you for your testimony. I do want to focus on the REMIT program and the Home Saver program. You mentioned this in your testimony, but I will admit, as we click every minute more, my ability to concentrate is limited. So what have we seen in terms of an increase in the REMIT and Home Saver programs over this past year?
Hi, I'm Lisa Hensley. I'll go ahead and answer some of that for us. One thing that we saw a hefty amount of production with the REMIT program for those who had the reverse mortgage. But what we did find is that people were kind of, once the Home Saver program, they heard that was reopening in February 15th, then that is a better loan because it's forgiven. So we tended to put those people towards that program and preserve these resources, hoping we can use them again in the future when Home Saver's closed again. So, and again, the Home Saver program opened on February 15th, but we didn't even start receiving applications until the middle of March. So we received over 115 applications. So it has been extremely robust for the short period because we really only had a window of 2.5 months. And so we got a lot of traffic on it. We have a lot of interest in it. Now we're just trying to sort through them all and get as many approved, that are eligible and closed, because we would like to have them all closed. We want to decision them all by the end of June, have them all closed by the end of July.
And what is the eligibility again for the Home Saver program?
There's unemployment and underemployment. So if you have, if you're suffering from one of those issues, we'll catch you up on your payments. So possibly you're in forbearance, it's almost ending, but you haven't found a job. We're going to catch you up and then make ongoing payments through the end of the year. And then there's also the restore component where maybe you had been laid off, but now you're back to work. Or maybe you had to quit for COVID because you couldn't work. Maybe you had to take care of a family member, that kind of thing. Restore, once you go back to work, we'll just catch you up so that you can move forward and make your payments on your mortgage on your own.
And tell me again, it was like 112 Home Saver
115
cases?
115,
is that right? So that's, I have to say, compared to the number of people on unemployment, that number sounds low to me. Here's where I'm going with this is we have a tremendous focus on the eviction moratorium and on renters, but I'm also concerned about when the foreclosure moratorium would end. And homeowners. I mean, we have a lot of homeowners who've lost their jobs and they might not be coming back anytime soon. So I guess if you and the director can talk a little bit about that, like what are your concerns about lifting the foreclosure moratorium and whether we have the resources in place to meet the needs of our homeowners who lost employment or income through no fault of their own because of the public health emergency and the pandemic and really need help because they can't pay their mortgage.
So I think that there are additional fundings coming from the federal government that my colleague from Dhcd, Director Donaldson, will be talking about. And so we know that support is going to be there and we will facilitate as needed. But there are additional dollars which are going to become available. And again, as I mentioned earlier, we reopened our mortgage assistance program, our MAP, COVID. And so we will continue to employ tools like those as well.
Okay, very good.
I'll recognize that need.
Go ahead, Director Donald.
I was going to say we recognize that need and we are grateful that there are resources coming to meet it.
Okay. I'll ask Director Donaldson about that. I'm going to end early, Madam Chair. So thank you very much.
Right. Thank you very, very much. Director, I wanted to just, I have a number of questions here, but it's so late. And they're really more about your products and how you utilize your products and the whole loan process. So I would like to submit these questions to you in writing, and then you can get back to us with some comments. I would appreciate that. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
In your response questions, number 13, you included a table explaining that the performance metrics and the addition of new rental housing. How does the FY22 budget increase the spending of nearly every agency, but your target of 1,200 units has not increased since 2018? I hope you understand that question. It's not composed as well as I'd like it to be.
Sure. We make I'd say a reasonable or kind of median projection of what we'll be able to produce. And what you'll see there is that in FY 2018, it was actually below. In FY 19 and 20, it was above. It was relatively close in FY 20. And so production ebbs and flows based on both the economy and the timing of transactions. So for example, you'll have a really large year as we did in FY 17. And what ends up happening is at the end of that fiscal year, you catch a lot of deals that normally would have rolled off until the following year. So if you look at that average here, it will be close to that 1,200 number. Now, with this infusion of $400 million, who knows what we'll look like in terms of our overall projections, but we expect for that production to be very robust.
Okay. Can you specifically tell me what keeps 4.7 million outstanding on your short-term line of credit with the industrial bank? What condition?
This is Steve Clinton. Thank you for the question. It's a constant flow of loans and relationship with DHCD. So we fund the loans with the line of credit, and then we reach back to DHCD for reimbursement. And sometimes that flow may take a little longer, and sometimes it flows well, depending on all of the parties involved. So that line of credit ebbs and flows a little bit, but the process works quite well, and we're using that program to the fullest extent. And so the machinations up and down the line of credit are short-term in nature and get caught up.
Okay, so this slow flow of reimbursement from DHCD, is this customary in the industry, or is this just taking a bit too long?
Might be a little long. We're working together with them. We're making progress. So it's a little high now, but we're working closely with them, and we'll be working it down shortly.
And just to be clear, council member, there are a number of steps that we have to take. One of the reasons why we became a co-administrator, we were invited to become one, is because we could facilitate the speed at which those loans were able to be closed. And so again, when you ask us about the tools we have, here's a perfect example about how we're employing those tools to get more folks to the closing table sooner. In terms of on the back end, we've got to paper all of those items. You know, there's clearly a lot of documentation that goes along with the CDBG and the home program. So it's not as though we send that over to DHCD and they can just write a check. There's a number of compliance items that exist that don't exist in the private sector. So to compare those two processes isn't necessarily fair, because if I just lend money privately, there's not the same level of compliance. So it seems as though the time that it is taking for us to get reimbursed, while not as fast as the private sector, is certainly not unreasonable.
Okay. Of course, I asked that question because the HPAP program has been riddled with concerns from those who have been waiting for their loan to come through, for the paperwork to take effect. And for years, this is what we have heard. And it seems to there's a bottleneck, and I understand the red tape that we must go through, but at the same time, I'm wondering if it isn't time for this very valuable program to have some second looks, for maybe a little task group to take a close look at how we might streamline the process. I don't know if it's possible, but I think it's something that we really need to look at because it's such an important program. It's disheartening for people to contact the office and say, well, my closing has been changed twice. Well, I can't go to closing because there is no money. And so I'm very concerned about it. What do you think about maybe we need to pull together a little task group to take a look at how this process can work more effectively?
So I'd say a couple of things. The first thing that I would say is I don't believe that there's ever been a time that the agency, DCHFA, has ever said that there's not enough money to close. We've always made sure that when folks got to the closing table that they could close. That's, I think, really important to note more than anything else. Secondly, I would say, remember that we're dealing with first-time home buyers, and we're also dealing with home buyers that need assistance in terms of education. I used to train people who were using the HPAP program, right? And so you're bringing these families and these individuals through that home buying process, everything as simple as budgets, right, to making sure that they've saved those monies to make sure they can get to the closing table. And oftentimes what happens is between the preparation with those borrowers and the communication, right, with the bank. So part of what happens is you've also got these layers. So again, I'll look at that comparison between the private market and what we're doing here. If I'm going to borrow from ABC Bank, I'm showing up with my papers, I'm borrowing from them, and boom, we're done, right? When we go through the HPAP process, there's coordination between both that bank and the program. There's back and forth, right? And in that back and forth, there's a pipeline. So we've got folks that we've got to serve. We've got that back and forth. Information changes for these families because oftentimes they're not as liquid as another family would be. And so those circumstances can change. And when those circumstances change, that can delay the process as well. So I say all of that to say, number one, that we have never missed a closing table, right? Number two, our process does require more time, right? And finally, in direct response to your question, we could certainly sit down and coordinate a conversation. I can contact Director Donaldson, and we could facilitate that discussion about where's the opportunity for us to improve the program. But as you know, and you just said, HPAP is a critically important component to facilitating home ownership. We work very deliberately and very focused on making sure that the people who are applying for those resources get them as quickly as possible.
Well, I guess I had in mind a task group that would include representation from the private, lending community, the banks, as well as, of course, your counterpart, the Urban League, and then those agencies that counsel individuals who want to apply for an HPAP loan. I think it's time for us all to be on the same page and to understand the value of this program to the city as a whole. Everyone gets a piece of the pie, so to speak, when we turn a renter into a homeowner. And so I'm just thinking, how can we really make this program that's so vital really a stellar program? So just a thought. And now that we've discussed it, it might be possible to put it in the BSA. So thank you very kindly for entertaining that concern that I have. So, just one other. Well, this is an interesting area of your work. In question 21, you said that the Housing Finance Agency does not have a cost estimation formula. But since many residential housing projects are submitted to your agency for bonding assistance, please give an example of the average historical cost of, let's say, building a one-bedroom unit in the district. And how does this cost compare to costs across the metropolitan region? And this is in regards to your response to question 21.
So, Councilmember, when we talk about a formulaic cost, there is not one that says it should cost X to build a one bedroom. Instead, those costs are driven by the price of construction, right? And so if an average unit is $250,000 in hard cost to build, that's one point in time. Right now, the price of lumber has increased by 400%. Appliances are delayed up to 6 months at a time. And so costs are being driven up as the costs of everything else are as a result of the pandemic. And so that's why it's not a formula per se, but you're looking at comparable prices across a number of different projects. So every time a project comes through the door, we're looking at the cost of that project on a per unit and a per square foot basis. And we're asking that developer, is this consistent? And to the extent that it's consistent at that moment in time, then it makes sense. If we get an extraordinarily high cost, then we're digging in and we're saying, well, why is your cost so far out of market, right? Did something happen when we're looking at you building in the soils? Did it take you a longer time to, or do you anticipate it's going to take you a longer time to deliver this project? Is Davis-Bacon applying to your project because you're building over X number of floors and you're using federal dollars, which oftentimes happens as a result of the Housing Production Trust Fund. So there's all of these different inputs, but at the end of the day, it's a cost comparable discussion where you're looking at things relative to one another as opposed to a formula that says it should be X.
All right, well, I thank you for that. We are at 8:22 p.m. and I think we will close on that if unless there's something else you would like to add to the discussion this evening, Mr. Donald.
It's always good to see you and thank you for your time.
Oh, thank you very much for your time and thank you for your colleagues' times as well. We really appreciate it. I always like to utilize opportunities with your agency to educate the public. And again, please expect a few questions that we have. I want to talk about the 10-point process that you use in deciding the worthiness of construction projects. And I know my colleague, Councilmember Silverman, would be very interested in that too. So I'll submit my list to you and get your answers back. And thank you all so very, very much for this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Be well.
You too. At this time, audience, community, and colleagues, I think I should do a quality check with Ms. Donaldson. I think her testimony is so important. I don't want it to be something that it's one thing to ask questions and spend time hearing testimony from the public, but this is this is very important testimony to our whole housing production process. And so if Ms. Donaldson would like to come on Thursday, we can add you to our Thursday tab, which I guarantee will be earlier. And that seems.
Actually, my team and I are ready to go, and
All right.
and so
Okay.
let us keep going. You know, I've been listening since 3 o'clock to all of the conversation and the questions, and know that there even are some that were asked of other directors, and we're ready to go. If you will, let's do it. And
All right.
I want to introduce the staff that's on, and I want to make sure, Sam, that you put Beth Spooner on.
Yeah, I thought I did it the first time, but I just tried it again. So hopefully she'll be here in
Okay.
a few seconds.
It may take.
All right.
There she is.
Well,
okay. And I'll
thank you
introduce
so much
my
for that.
staff to you after you swear me in, council member.
All right. Yes, I'd like to do that. And so if you will, first I'll announce that our final agency on the agenda today is the Department of Housing and Community Development. And the department does so many things, has an array of responsibilities towards delivering affordable housing. We will hear from the director, Polly Donaldson, whom we confirmed by the committee back in March of 2015. So she's been on the task for a number of years, and the expectation of her and her agency has been extraordinary over the years. I think for those members of the public that may be with us and don't know it, the mission of the agency is to create and preserve opportunities for affordable housing and economic development, and to revitalize underserved communities in the district. So that's their main focus. The agency includes a wide array of notable housing programs and divisions that help to create and preserve affordable housing and provide opportunities to purchase homes for residents, many of which may not ordinarily be able to do so in the district. Among these, their divisions and programs are critical housing policies and tools such as rent stabilization, inclusionary zoning, and the Tenant's First Right of Refusal program, better known as TOPA. The mayor's proposed budget for the department for FY22 is $143 million, which is over 60% more than the department's budget in either FY20 or 21, our current budget cycle. This influx of money into the department includes investments across several divisions, such as $9 million added for the affordable housing project financing, over $15 million for preservation financing, or for the preservation fund, $30 million for property acquisition, and a 500% increase for the employer assisted housing program. The budget includes 169 FTEs, and this reflects no change from the current fiscal year. In addition to overseeing these programs, the department is playing a key role in the rollout of several assistance programs to aid residents that are faced with adverse housing effects due to COVID-19. And this includes the Stay DC program that we have mentioned and referenced a few times earlier today. This is a program to administer the $350 million in rental and utility assistance that we receive from the federal government to our tenants, as well as $50 million in homeownership assistance funds that will aid residents that are behind on their mortgages and facing foreclosure. I'm grateful for the enhancements to the department's budget, and I think there's more that we can and will do to bolster this agency and housing in the city. The department is also responsible for administering the Housing Production Trust Fund, which is the major tool used to produce and preserve affordable housing in the district. The proposed FY22 budget for the trust fund is $250 million for FY22. The trust fund does not have any FTEs due to the fact that it is administered by the department. Mayor Bowser announced on the 24th of May that she would be allocating a historic $400 million to the trust fund. That includes this $250 million we are seeing in the FY22 and an additional $150 million in the FY21 supplemental. More importantly, the mayor has committed to meeting the requirements set forth by the council that 50% of the money in the Housing Production Trust Fund fund projects that will be allocated to producing housing for extremely low income households at 0 to 30% family median income. This provision we included in the law a few years ago. And since then, the agency has been working, ticking upward, meeting that demand, but we're still not there yet. And we're hoping with this great infusion of additional federal dollars, we will be able to obtain it. Let's see, the Housing Production Trust Fund dollars will be paired with the local rent supplement program that will provide operating dollars and therefore significantly increase the agency's ability to deliver more deeply affordable units using the trust dollars. And I look forward to holding the department to this measure and seeing the affordable housing created by this investment. And while the increases are great, more work is needed to bolster more housing. And I look forward to hearing from Director Donaldson to review with us how the proposed FY22 budget increase will benefit our residents, our community. And with that, I will now swear Director Donaldson in and your team members. So if you will raise your right hand, do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statements that you make before us today to be truthful and complete?
I do.
All right, thank you very much. And you can begin your testimony when you're ready. And I understand I've been joined by a number of colleagues.
Understand. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Bonds. Before I begin formally, I wanted to introduce my team members who are here. DHCD's Deputy Director, Drew Hubbard, is here, as well as our agency fiscal officer, Beth Spooner. So I will be turning to them at times, depending on how deep the questions go. But thank you, Chair Bonds, for the introduction of the department and the agency, and to the members of the Committee on Housing and Executive Administration, to the staff as well, and of course to the council members who are also joining us, Council Member Henderson and Council Member Lewis George. I'm delighted to be here. I'm Polly Donaldson, Director of the Department of Housing and Community Development, and I am excited to testify to you today on Mayor Bowser's fiscal year 2021 supplemental and fiscal year 2022 budget for DHCD and the Housing Production Trust Fund, known as HPTF. I want to begin where Mayor Bowser began in her recent budget testimony and recognize the extraordinary efforts of our residents and businesses, including our housing providers, throughout the pandemic. We know that their efforts to keep themselves and neighbors safe and their cooperation with public health emergency measures were a sacrifice. That sacrifice, however, saved lives and greatly mitigated the impact of this terrible virus on our city. While the danger is not over, today, thanks to those efforts and our progress in getting vaccinated, we are at the start of a recovery and well on our way to making this virus history. Mayor Bowser's fiscal year 2022 Fair Shot budget is one that honors those sacrifices by investing in a strong recovery, including maintaining district residents' housing stability and providing significant increases in affordable housing production and preservation. As you know, we set the ambitious goal in 2019 to add at least 12,000 homes to the district's stock of affordable housing. The FY22 budget will allow us to make a great push forward and meet our housing goals, delivering 2,800 affordable homes through our historic $400 million investment in the Housing Production Trust Fund this year and in FY22, continued rent and utility assistance through Stay DC to prevent evictions and help households recover, preservation of over 1,500 affordable homes through the Preservation Fund, 100 units of emergency and transitional shelter for victims of domestic violence, expanded emergency shelter service for LGBTQ residents who are victims of domestic violence, and increased shelter access for transgendered residents, deeply affordable and permanent supportive housing for 758 additional individuals and 347 additional families, and also acquisition funds for site-based permanent supportive housing, and down payment and closing cost assistance for DC government employees and district first-time home buyers. I will now turn to discussing DHCD's budget and its contribution to these achievements. First, investments in the Housing Production Trust Fund. The HPTF is the centerpiece of the effort to meet the Mayor Bowser's affordable housing goals. Along with assisting the development and preservation of 2,800 affordable homes, the FY22 budget request includes a significant carve-out of $1 million to assist faith-based institutions with pre-development work and technical assistance to develop affordable housing on property they own. When this investment of $400 million was announced, it was met with nearly universal enthusiasm, as the city's affordable housing crisis is widely recognized, as is the recent success of the HPTF in delivering affordable housing. Some have been skeptical, however, that there is sufficient demand for this level of funding and that the capacity to deliver affordable housing at this scale exists in the city, and I would like to address that directly. In doing so, I would like to commend all of the DHCD staff. Even during the pandemic, the agency served our mission without interruption, and our development finance work has been no exception. Since the start of the pandemic and the public health emergency in March 2020, DHCD has closed on the financing for 1,176 affordable units, including 540 units in FY21 to date. 900 more units are expected to close by the end of this fiscal year, giving a total of 1,440 affordable units produced and preserved over in FY21. In addition, 1,295 units of new construction and preserved affordable housing have been completed with department financing since the start of the pandemic, 733 in FY21 alone. This represents over 3,000 units of affordable housing, and we only expect these numbers to go up with the investments in this budget. The $400 million investment in the trust fund that Mayor Bowser announced would finally clear the clog of projects from the last consolidated request for proposals, or RFP, that we had hoped to be able to fund those projects, but also know we're not going to stop there now that we have cleared that clog. Over the past few weeks, DHCD conducted a survey of the development community to gauge demand for the HPTF and the GAP subsidy to keep producing and preserving affordable units in the years to come. The survey results were no surprise. In FY21 and 22, there was demand for at least $500 million of Housing Production Trust Fund and GAP subsidy for projects waiting to be added to our pipeline through our competitive bid process, representing over 3,600 net new units of affordable housing to be produced or preserved. This budget has sufficient HPTF resources to deliver levels of affordable housing that are unprecedented in recent decades anywhere in the nation. But money alone won't get us to our goals. Thus, the Budget Support Act makes important technical changes to improve how we deliver these units and to even the playing field for cooperatives, community land trusts, and others to contribute fully. So first, accelerating HPTF closings. The first change is relatively modest, but it will immediately speed the delivery of affordable units. A well-meaning change in the HPTF statute a few years ago, which was meant to allow HPTF projects to get started and finished faster, included the following phrase: The department may not enter into any contractual agreements, obligations, or commitments to provide funding until the fiscal year in which the funds are available and appropriated. When I became director, the HPTF had a significant fund balance. This change was not seen as binding, as there was not a shortage of funds to hold up a project that was ready to get started because we had that fund balance. Over my tenure at DHCD, the last 7 years, however, the agency has successfully committed the fund balance. As a result, in recent years, some projects have been stalled, often for months, until after the start of a new fiscal year when their contract paperwork could legally be completed and forwarded to the council. This delay occurs despite sufficient funds being available in the final approved budget for the next fiscal year. If we are to meet our affordable housing goals, we cannot afford to delay projects on this technicality. The change we are proposing will allow the paperwork to move forward to council even as the project awaits the new fiscal year. Needed projects with approved funding will be able to complete all the necessary steps ahead and be ready to get construction started as soon as the funding is available, and only if the funding is available. Improving LRSP budgeting and accountability. Similarly, it has become apparent over the last 6 years that the current budget process has failed to adequately deliver local and federal rent assistance to produce sufficient permanent project-based housing assistance for extremely low-income households through DHCD's consolidated request for proposals. The consolidated RFP is the primary vehicle through which HPTF is allocated. We are therefore proposing shifting how we budget for new increments of the local rent supplement program, or LRSP, to fund new project-based units. By explicitly differentiating funding for existing project-based LRSP contracts from past years, i.e. those serving current tenants and projects under construction, from those funds that would be dedicated to entirely new units, we are able to more accurately account and plan for those resources. More importantly, by separately budgeting these resources and placing them under the initial control of DHCD, we are better able to spend the resources needed to meet our targets through the projects we have already selected. As table 1 in my written testimony, and I believe it's attached at the end, we're going to try to get it up on the screen here, I believe. Do we, Drew or Sam, do you have that?
Who has it? I can make them a co-host, director.
Drew has it. Drew Hubbard.
Okay, you should be able to now, Drew.
Great. So let me finish this. Great. Okay, as table 1, this is table 1, and it's showing the amounts of LRSP throughout the budget, both in the budget, which we're discussing, FY21 supplemental and FY22 full year budget, but then also the funds that are in the financial plan to demonstrate the commitment that, that we have particularly. So it will take until FY24 to fully transition to this system where all incremental project-based LRSP funding for the consolidated RFP is held in the new account. But in this process, the increased investment in new project-based LRSP becomes crystal clear, as you can see. We plan to increase spending over the FY21 projected total by over $50 million of new LRSP between now and FY25. The increased funding is due in large part to increases in the number of units affordable to the lowest income households that we intend to fund through the consolidated RFP. As the primary agency tasked with producing new project-based LRSP funded units funded with HPTF, DHCD has had trouble in the past ascertaining how much of the budgeted funds are available for new units. and providing a clear budget for new incremental increases to the project-based LRSP stock as we propose removes this difficulty. Moreover, under the current budget system, at the end of each year, a significant portion of the funds are swept for other uses. Of the $35 million in the approved budget from FY21, for example, only $29 million is currently projected to be expended by the end of the fiscal year. And without the proposed change, these funds will be swept and then appropriated again the following year, introducing unnecessary uncertainty for those projects that are in the budgeting process. Thus, Table 1 also shows that there will be an over $8 million increase in the actual budget, 8.4 you can see, for FY22. The size of this increase has been scaled for the first time in direct reference to what is needed for the projects that have already been funded by council, those that are already included in the existing contract budget at the DC Housing Authority, and those projects that we have added to the pipeline or expect to add in FY21 and 22. Then, over the next 4 years, increases to LRSP have been estimated directly based on the number of units that we expect to materialize from our intention to commit 50% of the $400 million in budgeted HPTF funds to homes affordable to those with incomes below 30% of the area median family income, or MFI. This is a first in the history of the HPTF. And now in the flow charts, if we can go to the next slide, please, Drew. In the flow charts shown in figure 1, which is this next figure, and some of you may have seen this in the budget presentation materials from the mayor's office, you can see that the change we propose is fairly modest administratively, even as it significantly increases the transparency of the district's investment in project-based LRSP. It also presents the first real opportunity for DHCD to directly determine how much money is needed to deliver needed LRSP units in the budget and to have that funding in hand before making selections in the RFP. So if you look at this, and I don't have a pointer, but if you look at this, the top diagram is the current process where funds flow from the budget to DCHA. We are then allocated a certain amount of funding. It's never quite exact. And so we've not been able to then communicate that in terms of being able to select new project-based units based on that. So what we are proposing as a new process is that all funds for existing projects still go to DCHA, but the budget allocation for project-based vouchers go to DHCD, for tenant-based vouchers to DHS. And after we select the projects and have the funds associated with the projects, we then will transfer the budget authority to DCHA to implement the programs and follow the regular tenant selection process. In addition, and I do want to note this, we are stipulating for a new quarterly report to be provided on LRSP budget utilization to date, and to be issuing that publicly, because we really want everyone to know the importance of the LRSP as it ties in and is related to project-based as well. Thank you, Drew. Happy to share these documents in my testimony as well, obviously. So, sorry, I've got to pick up with my explanation, right? Perhaps of equal importance, the flowcharts in figure 1 make explicit that despite this change, the vast bulk of the funding and the entire administration of existing LRSP contracts, as I said, remains at DCHA. For current tenants, there is no change. Similarly, the contracts for new units will still come to the council for approval, as it does now, and when that process is completed, the budget authority will shift to DCHA and be reflected in the subsequent budgets, as the first chart showed, for those existing contracts going forward. This small change will simply allow the district to better plan and deliver permanent housing for our lowest income households. It will also allow the council and the district residents we all serve to better hold DHCD accountable for our budgeting and our achievements in this area. Another reform to build the efficiency of the district's affordable housing system concerns the DC Low-Income Housing Tax Credit, or the DC LIHTC program. In last year's Budget Support Act, as the district faced a severe budget shortfall, the council introduced a bill to make the DC LIHTC more valuable to outside investors. Along with expanding the types of federal low-income housing tax credits that can be used to generate DC LIHTC, the bill expanded the district taxes that the DC LIHTC can be used to offset and make it easier for purchasers of the credit to resell or transfer them. These changes have greatly increased interest in the DC LIHTC. A change was also made that would require the district to commit $1 of its own tax revenue for every 4 federal low-income housing tax credits it allocates, no matter whether the project requesting the federal credits needed or wanted the DC LIHTC. Since these changes to the FY21 BSA passed, DHCD has worked with the Office of the Chief Financial Officer and the Department of Insurance and Banking to offer the credits starting on October 1, 2021, the next fiscal year beginning, as the legislation requires. As part of this effort, beginning this spring, projects that anticipate receiving federal credits from the district were required to include $1 of DC LIHTC for every $4 of federal LIHTC they request. Fairly quickly, it became clear that this provision was causing projects to leave federal money out of their projects, and as a result, the district is in danger of actually spending its own funds in a way that will not necessarily increase the availability of affordable housing. The potential loss of these federal resources was exacerbated further by an arcane change in the federal LIHTC that was made in December in the Consolidated Appropriations Act that was enacted by the Congress in December 2020 and signed by President Trump. This change has meant that the value of the district's allocation of so-called 4% federal LIHTC increased by nearly a quarter. Thus, many more projects using these credits can be funded completely by federal resources, such that forcing the DC credits into the deal only serves either to diminish the value of the federal credits or limit the federal credits that can be included in funding the development. This concern has a simple solution. We are proposing to no longer require the DC LIHTC to be exactly 25%, or $1 for the district to $4 of federal, but only up to 25% of the federal LIHTC to fill any remaining gap in the financing of a project using the federal credit. The amount of the required credit would be determined by an applicant's own submission using a standardized application. This will allow the district's underwriters working with the housing providers that are proposing projects to right-size the DC LIHTC in a way that uses federal resources first and uses the DC LIHTC to maximize the production and preservation of affordable housing. Other than this change, we intend to utilize the credit as is and will continue to require projects to include DC LIHTC in their calculation in preparing and submitting proposals to the district. Another way in which the FY21 budget sought to overcome the dire fiscal outlook to continue to produce affordable housing was by encouraging the district to pursue a special program within HUD called the Section 108 program that allows a jurisdiction to borrow for community development and housing projects using its federal Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG, funds as a loan guarantee, thus reducing borrowing costs. The district has negotiated with HUD over the past year, and as part of establishing an innovative revolving loan fund to finance affordable housing for the lowest income households, we are required to establish a Section 108 reserve account, and you will find this included in our FY22 budget proposal. We are very excited to add this new tool to the district's housing development kit in FY22. In addition to increasing funding and using it more efficiently, this budget also proposes an important step to level the playing field in affordable housing development. The district currently has a full array of tax abatement to benefit affordable housing. However, important actors in the creation of affordable housing within the district, primarily limited equity cooperatives and community land trusts, are often inadvertently excluded from benefiting from these programs, which in turn puts them at a disadvantage when financing affordable housing. The Property Tax Relief for Low-Income Housing Harmonization Act of 2021, contained in the BSA, addresses this by explicitly including limited equity cooperatives and entities that lease their land long-term for affordable housing, such as community land trusts, as eligible for the nonprofit Affordable Housing Developer Tax Relief Program. Going forward, this change would also expand tax relief that is currently limited to properties receiving federal LIHTC to properties receiving a broader mix of district and federal assistance. By making this relief broadly available, we not only level the playing field, we also make affordable housing finance much more predictable and efficient, producing more affordable housing as a result. Other technical reforms such as these, along with other recent reforms that you have seen in this committee, such as the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit TOPA exemption for transfers of interest Act of 2019 and the District's Opportunity to Purchase Amendment Act of 2021, will allow us to refresh our affordable housing development system and sustain and build on the gains of this extraordinary budget for decades in the future. I also want to address HPTF accountability and transparency. Thus far, I have focused on the portion of DHCD's activities devoted to funding affordable housing development. Before moving to the other work of the agency, I want to address a remaining concern in this area, namely the transparency of our project selections. As you know, through our introduction of the Housing Production Trust Fund Income Targeting Accountability Act of 2019, and in our testimony regarding this important legislation, we are committed to working with you to make the selection and delivery of affordable housing using the district resources not only efficient and effective, but also transparent and accountable. I look forward to continuing those discussions and arriving at a reporting system that meets the needs of all the participants in funding and delivering affordable housing in the District of Columbia, including the taxpayers. I now move to the budget for other important activities for DHCD undertakes as part of its mission. One of the most important areas of activity is securing properties for affordable housing production and preservation. In this uncertain real estate market created by the pandemic, our preservation efforts at the point of sale will be particularly timely. Mayor Bowser's Fair Shot budget includes additional funding for an acquisition fund and an increase for the Housing Preservation Fund, with a $31 million investment of funding in contracts for property acquisition and a $17.16 million increase in preservation financing. With $31.2 million in investments since FY17, the Housing Preservation Fund has already demonstrated its value by preserving 1,400 units since December 2018, of which 15 million of that investment has already been repaid. Importantly, only a third of these repayments have utilized HPTF, meaning the program truly is tapping the private sector market in a true public-private partnership that allows preservation financing to be more efficient by extending and multiplying the district's preservation resources. It is also worth noting the role that the Housing Preservation Fund plays in the preservation process. By preserving properties at the point of acquisition with affordable financing, the properties have 3 to 4 years of breathing room to complete critical repairs and prepare to apply for additional financing for a larger rehabilitation project through a consolidated RFP round or another source. As you can see, our preservation efforts are working. And with the additional investments committed by the mayor for FY22, we can take our work even further. The district has a long tradition of providing assistance to homeowners, and residents can learn about these resources at a new website that consolidates the information. That's www.frontdoor.dc.gov. The Fair Shot budget continues this by providing assistance for home buyers, first-time home buyers, in the form of the Home Purchase Assistance Program, or HPAP, and the Employer Assistant Home Ownership Program, known as EHAP, that includes a $4 million enhancement to EHAP using American Rescue Plan Act local revenue replacement dollars to provide the highest level of funding for this program. This budget also includes $1.5 million of financial and technical assistance for a pilot for low and moderate income homeowners who wish to add an accessory apartment, often referred to as an accessory dwelling unit or an ADU, to their home to provide additional housing and to potentially generate additional income. The district's assistance for homeowners will also grow as the district implements the Federal Home Ownership Assistance Fund with a range of programming in the coming months to stabilize homeowners in the wake of the pandemic. And now I want to talk about our support for housing counseling and community-based organizations. All of DHCD's programs to assist communities benefit from the counseling and technical assistance provided by community-based organizations, or CBOs. Throughout the pandemic, these organizations have assisted renters, homeowners, and small businesses to mitigate the damage. And they very much stepped up when asked to take on additional resources that came from the federal government, particularly from the CARES Act. And I have to say, I really commend those organizations that were able to step up in that way during the pandemic. Now, as we transition from public health emergency to recovery, the activities our CBO partners will undertake will transition as well, from continuing to help tenants and homeowners stabilize their housing to assisting tenants and home buyers purchase properties and establish or reestablish businesses. In FY22, we are budgeting federal CDBG to maintain the same base level of funding for our neighborhood-based activities grants for housing counseling, $6.5 million, and for small business assistance, $2.8 million, and adding $2.2 million for the biannual facade improvement notice of funding availability. We also expect and know there will be additional funding opportunities to emerge for these organizations as DHCD and other district agencies continue to implement programs using our federal recovery funding, such as the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, ERA, that's funding Stay DC. The Homeownership Assistance Fund will be a source, and other CDBG CARES Act funding that we were able to reserve when the CHAP Rent Assistance Program transitioned over to Stay DC. So there are some additional resources that will be available. Finally, we turn to our regulatory functions and the work of DHCD's Housing Regulation Administration, HRA, which administers the district's rental housing and condominium laws. This year, we are looking forward to the launch of the rent control database and web portal, and its delivery to the Rental Accommodations Division by the Office of the Tenant Advocate. This online rental registration system will allow tenants and housing providers to research and submit applications and petitions online. While we are excited to move RAD online, this move will require all housing providers to register with the system, which will be a significant undertaking. We have begun preparing for this transition in order to make this a success. In closing, it is perhaps notable that my testimony has not yet mentioned the numerous COVID-related emergency programs that DHCD has participated in implementing this past year, including our first ever tenant-based rental assistance program using home dollars from HUD, the COVID-19 Housing and Community Development Nonprofit Capacity Support Grants that went to housing development nonprofits who needed additional funding during the pandemic, the COVID-19 Housing Assistance Program, known as CHAP, which was the primary rental assistance program that we had for much of 2020 and the beginning of 2021. And then the Housing Stabilizations Grants, which you heard Director Donald at the HFA describe, and that we co-implemented with them using some Treasury funds that were remaining in December of 2020. And the reason that I have not focused as much on that is because our role in implementing COVID relief and rent assistance has changed. We are in the process of winding down the programs we had before, including CHAP, which will be completed by the end of this month. As we continue to assist, though, our colleagues and work with our colleagues at the Department of Human Services, at DEMPED, at the Deputy Mayor for Health and Human Services, to make Stay DC one of the most successful federal emergency rental assistance programs in the country. We know that many, many district residents are in need of assistance to pay rent and utility arrears, and also with payments going forward. We have unprecedented resources, and we are continuously improving the system we use to deliver them. Just this week, we have introduced a housing provider portal that will facilitate housing providers as they make applications and also allow them to respond to tenant-initiated applications faster. So we are continuously looking to improve the system and the delivery as well. While my testimony today is largely focused on the many things we can do to build back better in the years ahead, we have not lost sight of these immediate needs and those that will grow as federal and district eviction moratoria begin to phase out. I encourage anyone experiencing a housing hardship to go to the Stay DC website at stay.dc.gov and get the help you need. To date, the Stay DC program has assisted over 3,000 district residents with $25 million in back rent. That's an average of $8,000 per applicant. And we are, as I said, continuously working to improve the process from application to payment. Just this week, actually, that's already in there, sorry. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify. Today on the DHD and the HPTF portions of Mayor Bowser's Fair Shot budget. For myself and on behalf of the staff of DHCD, I thank you for your partnership and support, and that of the committee and the entire council as we navigate these unfamiliar waters. And I look forward to answering any questions you may have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, thank you, Director Donaldson. A very thorough report, but we appreciate it so very much because of where we are in our life journey in the city today. It is very significant. We can see the pots of resources that have been identified to help us continue with producing affordable housing throughout the community. I just have a few questions to start with, and I'm sure my colleagues will want to. I know they've been on for a while, and some may have childcare, requirements. But I wanted to start with almost 49 million, or over 1/3 of your budget is made up from the federal funds through the rescue plan and other one-time COVID-related funds. What impact do you see this relevance on one-time federal funds having in the fiscal year beyond 22? Will the agency be able to sustain these investments past the FY 22, which will be upon us soon, sure. September 30th of 2021. So exactly. Just wondered, what do you think?
Sure. Well, first off, I do want to say that thank you for that question. And yes, I mean, that's something obviously that the district as a whole is recognizing that this is an unprecedented, extraordinary amount of funding, and that we need to allocate it and be very cognizant of some of it being one-time funding. Now, some of it has, especially the American Rescue Plan dollars, a fairly lengthy shelf life, if you will, meaning costs are allowed to be incurred up to, on some cases, up to 2025. And so that is shown in the financial plan in terms of that, although some of the federal dollars have not been fully integrated in because either we haven't received them or we haven't received the full guidance on them. A great example of that, of what's not in our budget, for example, is I heard the 19 million in home dollars referenced earlier. That is dollars we anticipate getting. We've gotten a letter from HUD, but we don't actually have the dollars. We have to amend our action plan. And so it's not actually physically in the budget, but will be added once we do receive that. I think, Beth, you can confirm that I got that right, I believe. Yes. Okay, good. In any event, so, that's one example where, there are going to be funds that will extend over multiple years. I think if you look at the financial plan numbers, particularly for LRSP and the Housing Production Trust Fund, there is a plan for it in the out years. I think that some of the immediate capacity, and I know this is a question that a lot of people have had and have asked me, advocates and others, of well, how is DHCD going to manage additional funding without having added FTEs? We will be looking, and I know I've asked Drew to head this up in terms of using his human resources expertise to look at what would be the ways that we could supplement our development finance team, our legal team, our Office of Program Monitoring and Compliance, and our asset management team, all of which will be intimately involved in using these increased trust fund dollars, and also implementing, once projects have been selected, implementing the underwriting. Drew, do you want to perhaps address that from an HR point of view?
Sure. There's a couple directions we're looking at, including going along with the performance period for the federal dollars, looking at term appointments, also the possibility of using outside entities, contractors to support our current staff in the load in those areas, but really lining it up. So knowing how long we have those resources and making sure that we staff up to make sure they are effectively used.
And of course, there is allowance in the HPTF statute for administrative funding. I believe, and again, actually, I'm going to turn to Beth again, that that we are not taking the actual maximum amount of administrative funding that would be allowed, but I believe we're at 10%. Is that correct, Beth?
10%, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that does give us some room if we need to, but we also are really trying to be very prudent and want as many dollars as possible to go towards the actual housing development and other programs funded by the trust fund.
Okay, so does that mean that you will not be taking 15%? You'll be taking less than 10%?
Well, Beth, maybe you can explain, because it's over 2 fiscal years based on the infusion, both supplemental and FY22.
Okay.
Right. So the baseline budget that's in DHCD, or Agency DB0's budget for FY22 is $15 million, which is 15% of that $100 million. What we've done is we've set aside an allocation within the Housing Production Trust Fund agency for an additional $10 million once we determine programmatically what support costs would be required. So we can draw up to that additional $10 million, but we may not need it. It's to be determined.
Okay, so am I hearing you that you have the authority for 15 and you might draw the additional 10, which would account for the 2-year expenditure? So you would be possibly 25 million for the 2 years, as opposed to 30 million, which is what the authority is for.
Right, because the FY21 funds won't be appropriated in time for those to close projects before September 30th, by and large. So most of that work is going to end up falling into FY22.
Okay, and so am I also understanding from Director Donaldson's comments that perhaps 15% is a tad too much of an overhead for your agency, because your desire is to put more dollars into the production as opposed to overhead? So then maybe we need to revisit the BSA and reduce it to maybe 12%. Maybe 15% was just a bit too much.
And I thought the language in the BSA was up to 15%. And I think what we have done is really tried to calculate it as precisely as possible. That's the staffing plan that Drew is leading, particularly in looking at what the mix would be of filling. We've had a couple retirements in as staff prepares to come back for COVID. We've had some retirements in the development finance division, so we're going to fill those vacancies with FTEs, of course, but we also know that we're going to need some additional, just because of the sheer volume that we're anticipating. As I've mentioned, the survey is demonstrating that there will be, we are going to have a robust competitive bid process.
Okay, well, since every dollar is so precious now, I'm just wondering if we can get from Mr. Hubbard some calculations that would inform us as to what you see your true costs being. And so if we could get that soon, we would be able to make a reasonable change. If we can't get it soon, we'll just make a guesstimate change. So I would like to hear from you as soon as possible. I think this is important because it shows the mindset of this process as we're trying to use every dollar we can for our residents or towards our residents where they can feel it and know that it happened.
Sure. We will gather that information as we're doing our planning. Obviously, some of the numbers do depend on what the final action by the council is on the budget as submitted by the mayor. So, I mean, there's some, it will be some estimates in that sense and on the scenarios, but.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, appreciate that very much. I believe my colleagues are still, I see, oh, yes. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
All right. We have a full house almost. Councilmember Lewis George, give you an opportunity for a round of questions.
Thank you so much, Chairman Bonds. I have a section on the Housing Production Trust Fund and transparency and statutory goals, but I'm going to guess that one of my colleagues is going to go there. So I'll go to something that's specifically particular to my ward, and that's about the single family residential rehabilitation program. We have received a number of constituents' complaints regarding that particular program that is supposed to help households finance up to $75,000 in loans for home repairs. Particularly our seniors utilize this program. So I want to ask some questions about this program because the budget notes a roughly $350,000 reduction, mostly to personnel. Will this impact the application, the timely application processing and follow up? Because that's where I'm going next in the line of questions.
No, actually, I think that what we've actually done over the past year in terms of streamlining the program and streamlining the staffing of it to really be able to address the most immediate needs. We certainly had and have a backlog of applications that we are processing. One of the things we did, as you know, is that we narrowed the program scopes, the scope of the program to primarily focus on roof repair and damage from water infiltration caused by the roof. And so that has really enabled us to actually move much more expeditiously on roof repair. So it's not necessarily all general home repair, but it's focused on that. Those have been the majority of the cases that of the applications that we had in any event. And I think what that is enabling us to do is to be able to do more in a more efficient way. We were able to contract out with a subgroup of roofing contractors that were pre-qualified so that that process of bid and scope and all of that the program demands is moving more expeditiously in that way.
Okay, I have seniors who I've been communicating with the program for 2 years to seek assistance. 2 years with roof repair and mold removal from the house and the porch. Inspectors have come out to review the property, but after the property review, the communication with the constituents stall after that process. So I'm just trying to get an understanding of where the stall in the process is coming. You're coming out, and 2 years is a long time.
It is, absolutely, which is why we chose to refocus the program on specifically on roofs, because they were what we saw as the greatest need and the greatest demand. And one of the other areas that we did change was in how we subcontracted to do the scopes of work, because without the scopes, you can't bid out. I mean, again, this is a multi-step process. If it was just simply writing a check without, I mean, I think that that would be a different program and one that we would need to, because we do have to do the verification on, income and on it is a loan process, although actually the roof program has been converted into a grants program, quite frankly. And so that has really changed and again, allowed for acceleration as well in the program. If there is a specific case that you want to share with me, I'd be very happy to, you can reach out to me directly if you would, email me and let me know that. And I would be happy to follow up with you, council member.
Yep, I will email you directly about this because I'm very concerned, especially since I think the seniors started out maybe inquiring with the original program, and then there were several changes that happened throughout the process.
So please do contact me directly. I would very much like to get that information. Thank you. Okay,
and I saw that the funding for grants, the single family rehabilitation program appears to zero out grant funding for fiscal year 22. I'm looking at CSG 50.
Yeah, that's that is actually an error that we believe is going to be corrected in the errata letter, or we've requested
in the errata letter.
It's what happened is that it got all grouped into one of the CSGs.
Okay.
And you can see both PAD and single family look like they've been zeroed out, but they're not. It's just been all rolled up, and we will roll that back down. And Beth, do we have those figures by any chance of what that should be, or if we can get
the single family line should be staying even at 2.02 million, and PAD is $1 million.
Okay, that sounds about okay.
It's very much the same, and again, it just got rolled up into that one line item and just needs to be divided back out. And if it isn't in the errata letter, it will get corrected in the course of loading the budget.
Okay, I will look forward there. I appreciate that. The average spending on projects has been well below the 75,000 program cap. Can you say more about this?
It's related to
expensive. Yeah.
It's related to the actual cost of the work that is needed. And because we are doing primarily the roof repair and not more extensive renovations, unless it's caused by the water infiltration, I will say. But also, these are the grant, it's a grant amount. And so we're not doing the same loan processing. And so most roofs are not costing up to 75. I mean, there's not the need for the increased amount.
Okay. It looks like the goal is to provide assistance to 135 residential properties in the coming year, but we only completed 18 projects last year with the same goal, and 26 in the previous year, and 10 this year to date. Yeah. So can you say more about this gap?
I think it's been, as we work to, our goal is for this year. I mean, I know what the KPI goal is, but our goal at this point is to double what we did last year and do at least 33 projects. That's what we have in our pipeline. That's what we have scopes for. That's what we have going. And that is, I think, as we have rolled out this new system, of course, knowing that a lot of work did not occur during the pandemic, there was not the desire to have construction people at homes, and certainly the visiting to do the scope of work writing and all. There was really a gap of several months where the program was not operating at full force because of the restrictions during the pandemic. So I think that has to be taken into account as well. I do see that what we've got is a system in place that is working much better, a strong manager, a strong team now, and that we will continue to see those numbers increase.
Okay, I mean, I appreciate that. We're asking seniors particularly to age in place, and they're trying to do that, but their homes having their roofs needing repairs, some of their housing needing repairs. I look at this program as specifically helping our seniors being able to age in place, but when it's taking so long, and it's an arduous process for our seniors, it's a huge issue. So I'm hoping, you're saying that the staff, you have a new director and new staff there. We need to see this program actually work and work more efficiently. I think
Yes,
that's my
Councilmember,
time
thank you.
this
Yes,
round. Thank you.
I agree with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman Lewis George. Councilwoman Silverman?
Yes, good evening. Good evening, Director Donaldson. Before I ask a question, I just want to make a statement in that we have spent a lot of budget hearings together. And I think that the investment that the mayor is making in your agency is a reflection of the 7 years of work that you have put into this agency, in that you have built infrastructure. The amount of investment in the trust fund and other programs would not be sustainable in this agency 7 years ago. So I just wanted to say that I think it's a reflection of all the work you've done to create infrastructure in the agency.
Thank
Now
you,
for the questions.
Councilmember. Yeah, now there come the questions, but thank you. I appreciate those sentiments. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I think the agency, it reflects the work of
So-
the agency as well, very much so. Thank you.
Certainly. So I want to begin with the change of administration of the local rent supplement program. So we had a conversation prior to the hearing. I studied the slides that you sent, and I have to say I'm still uncertain what we're doing in that. So DCHA used to, as I understand it, we send the money to the Housing Authority, and then they take your recommendations, DHS's recommendations, and then I think the issue is that there's always unspent dollars, as you were explaining in your testimony, and those used to just fall to the bottom line. This committee made a decision, well, let's put those toward public housing repairs. And as I understand it now, you're saying, no, let's change that so the money would remain with DCHA, or I'm sorry, too many acronyms, your agency and the Human Services Agency. Here's my question. Then why is DCHA, the Housing Authority, involved at all?
Because they
Why don't we just
administer,
keep them out of the?
no, because they administer voucher program. They administer the federal housing choice voucher program. They have the systems and the processes in place to administer the voucher programs, and the current system of the current existing contracts would continue with DCHA and after selections are made. But where there's been, and there's one piece in your description just now that was missing, and that is the actual calculation. All the dollars go to DCHA. The calculation, though, of what is needed for existing contracts and what is available for new, there has not always been absolute clarity on that. And so that led to imprecise we did not have precise numbers on what was available for the development finance RFP that we're doing. We did not know. We would get approximations. Oh, I think there'll be 100. Oh, I think there'll be this. And it really was a lot of uncertainty and really impacted the solicitation process, quite frankly. And so once the selection is made and once the contracts are done and the council gets the LRSP contract, the funds will flow to the Housing Authority. They'll get their administrative fee on top of it to implement it. It's really a matter of what happens in that for the project-based sponsors, project-based vouchers, what happens to the funds after they're appropriated and before they're obligated in a contract. And that's usually a 1 to 2 year period.
So let me replay what I think I heard. So the issue is that you want, for the project-based, certainty of an amount so that you can apply those project-based dollars like to trust fund projects.
Correct.
And current system gives you uncertainty because since it's all rolled up, the housing authority can't say precisely how much money is available for you for project-based. Am I getting
That's
that right?
correct. That is correct.
Okay, and then the issue is that if there are unspent dollars in project-based, you want to keep them
Well, I want them in the
to roll
projects.
over to.
And I want them in the projects. And I
Right.
also know that there are, there's also the, the fact that having them available and not having them have to be reappropriated is, I think, going to be very important, especially as we tie it to the under 30% MFI, 50% of the fund going it. They're hand in hand. The calculations that you saw on that first chart for the LRSP in the out years match up to what 50% of the fund going towards under 30 MFI. I mean, it was calculations that we did and that matched up in that way. And it's the first time. I've been advocating for this for years when I was an affordable housing and homeless housing developer as well. I mean, this is from 08, 09, the really early years of LRSP. We have
limited time, Director, so I do not mean to be rude, but I only have 2 minutes left and a lot more questions. But so if I'm understanding it correctly, and we'll just address the project-based side because that's DHCD's role.
Correct.
So the difference to like a resident is really nothing.
Correct.
This doesn't change, right?
Doesn't change any part of the process because we want the housing authority to be implementing. They implement voucher programs. They do the income verification. They do all of the steps involved in that.
Okay, great. So another big issue for me, as you know, is meeting the 30% AMI statute, the statute that we have about how much money, or is it money or units for 30% AMI?
Just to be clear, it is money. It's
money.
Yeah, it's money.
So what are we doing? So you have, so we missed this. Well, it used to be a lower goal. We always miss that goal. You have been working hard to get us toward meeting this goal. So how do we meet the 50% of monies go to 30% AMI units in this budget? What are we doing in this budget to get closer to the goal?
We've increased the short answer is we've increased the operating subsidy available that will support the projects that we know we have in the pipeline. So I can tell you that if you give me we actually have achieved the other two threshold buckets of 50%. So between 31 and 50, we're actually off the charts. And that was something that prior to 2015, we were nowhere near building enough at all units in that range. And then of course, from at the 80% threshold, 60 to 80, because that takes advantage of the low income housing tax credits. So FY20, and just to be clear, over 70% of HPTF funding went to 50% of AMI and below. And this year, 90% of funding is going to at 50% MFI and below. But you're right, we are needing to get to the 0 to 30. What percent
goes to 30% below? Just out of curiosity.
That's going to be this year. It's at about 27%, and which is an increase over last year. And it really, part of it is when we had a limited number of LRSP vouchers, that limited the number of units that we could select for underwriting, because we had to know the projects would work, the funding would work for the projects. And if they didn't have enough operating subsidy, those units could not be for that the lowest income. So that's where we only had enough to parcel out. So for next year, we will have all that are coming online. And for FY23, that is where you're going to see the additional funding that's going to kick in and match up with the under 50% AMI. But that's the intentionality of that's in the financial plan. So again, I invite you to look at that chart to see where the investments are in the out years as well.
I will do so. Thank you very much. Thank you, Councilmember Bonds.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman Silverman. Councilwoman Henderson, would you like to go now?
Yes, can you hear me?
All righty.
Yes.
Okay, it said my internet is unstable, so let's see how we go. Good evening, Director Donaldson. I kind of want to pick up a little bit on where Councilmember Silverman left off about the local rent supplement program. You know, I'm not on the housing committee, but I did come to the performance oversight hearing, and it's something you said at that hearing about our ability to meet the 0 to 30% AMI targets really stuck with me, and basically saying we need the associated vouchers in order to make the financing for these projects work. And so when I saw, you know, the mayor's announcement about the increased money in the Housing Production Trust Fund, I just assumed that we were going to have some increased funding in terms of the voucher situation. I understand, I think, you know, on its face in terms of what you're explaining about how this new process is going to work. But for part of me is feeling a little uneasy in that everybody in the system basically has to trust each other that we're actually going to fund this in the future. So I'm just curious in terms of what certainty do we have that lenders will accept our word that the vouchers will be coming in the upcoming years?
One of the things, and I was actually talking with a lender at the event at Skyland yesterday. It was really a great day for Ward 7 in particular. And basically the way the finance community is looking at the local rent supplement program and looking at this linking, at least aligning of the local rent supplement program with the Housing Production Trust Fund, extremely low income bucket. He said that's like the next step. That is like saying this is an established program. This is a program that we are committed to funding. This is one that has been successfully funded for over 10 years. It works. It has helped draw in more private financing because they like the operating subsidy. I mean, that's real. Those are rents being paid, and that really makes it, I mean, that's what helps with sustaining the operations of these projects. You know, I would submit that you know, being intentional about linking the two and recognizing that, sure, if you're saying, well, what about for FY22? Well, remember, the projects that are going to open in FY22 have already been selected. So we've got all the subsidy that we need because we've already put that into the Housing Authority budget this year. And that's what will be part of the contracts that come to you, the LRSP contracts that the council receives in coordination with the HPTF contracts that you get from us that you review as over the council period. And you're getting a slew of them this summer. You haven't seen them yet, but they're in process with the administration, and you will get them to absorb over recess, I guess. In any event, I just want to be clear that that really is, you know, from the finance community, they want to know with certainty that there is a clear policy focus, there's a clear intentionality, that the commitment of the council has been there year after year, the commitment of the administration has been there, but now it's actually aligning in a way, having run the numbers to show how that will work. And that means when we do the competitive bid process, the next RFP, which is slated to be issued in the last quarter of this fiscal year, that's going to, and pending, of course, decisions by the council on the housing investments, that's going to, I think, send even additional messages as well to the finance community.
I mean, I appreciate that, and just in terms of sending messages to the finance community, but in some ways, it ties the hands of future councils, right? Of like, hey, you know, we already did this we funded this project, or we picked this project in FY22. It's now FY24, and
it's opening, yeah.
Right, and we absolutely have to make sure that we provide those vouchers for it. Not to say that the council wouldn't. I just feel like,
I mean, I think the council's been an extremely strong supporter of the program. I mean, over the year, I mean, it's really, you know, been the leadership has sometimes even added funds to what the mayor has proposed, really depending, and sometimes that's been on the tenant side and sometimes on the project side. Yeah. But with this unprecedented HPTF investment, I think that it is significant that for the first time, we've got in the budget documents, in the budget and in the financial plan documents, the clear, I keep using the word intentionality, but it is, I mean, the numbers were run to line up, and there was, that was the process that we went through and had to defend and quite frankly advocate for, and succeeded with the budget office, with the deputy mayor, with the city administrator, and with the mayor.
Okay, in my last full 3 minutes of this particular round, I'm gonna keep my commitment that I told some people I asked you this question. I also talked to Deputy Mayor Falchicchio at his budget hearing earlier this morning.
I saw that.
Several hours away. And he said I should ask about this question, which was specifically in the budget narrative. And in the mayor's announcement presenting the budget, she spoke about setting aside particular funds to purchase properties, hotels, et cetera, to use for conversion for affordable housing pieces. And I wanted to see, he said it was in your budget, I think about 50 million.
Actually 52 million, and I can explain what that is if you would like the breakdown there.
Yes, but, you know, I think I'd like to know sort of what the intent or what you guys are sort of hoping that kind of goes for. But the question that I said to the folks that I said that I was going to ask was about the Wardman Park, the former Wardman Park Hotel.
All right, well, let me start with the first part, okay, and then I'll answer on the Wardman Park if I could. All right.
Okay.
The first part, the 52 million is comprised of three parts. The first part is 19 million of home dollars. And that is, as I said, in process. I think I spoke about that a little bit earlier. From HUD, as part of the American Rescue Plan, there's 19 million set aside for precisely that, acquisition of buildings and or hotels for conversion to permanent supportive housing. And we saw that. And so I also, on behalf of the agency, asked for, and I am a member of the Interagency Council on Homelessness and very versed in what the transition they're doing towards site-based permanent supportive housing, and DHCD has supported those in the past. So we're coordinating with DHS, and we're also looking at using that. And so I then requested an enhancement of an additional 31 million to make it an even 50 towards acquisition and development. And we are looking and designing, looking at properties that would fit with the DHS model for site-based permanent supportive housing. So we're beginning those conversations, and you know, we had 19, but we felt it would be enough to make an impact on the homeless system, especially for additional permanent supportive housing for single individuals. The additional 2 million, that makes it 52 million, is a grant to the Community Land Trust, Douglas Community Land Trust in Anacostia. So that is a grant to enable them to do additional acquisition as well. So that's how it gets grouped under acquisition, if you will. Regarding the Wardman, I knew someone would ask. It does so happen that actually I was there Saturday for a tour with the ANC commissioners for that area of Ward 3. And also I was there with some of the Ward 3 activists that are very interested in and advocating, and testified before the committee to advocate for the district to purchase the Wardman. What I got a very good understanding. I mean, I've been in the facility many times for conferences and such, haven't we all? But it's large. And it is there are certainly would be some opportunities. I'd like to see the district partner with whoever is the eventual bidder. I think that we should invest and so-called buy units or invest in the property. I do believe that would be the most effective and efficient in a way to ensure that there would be substantial affordable housing there on the site. And but I think also this is one of the classic public-private partnerships. I think it reminded me very much of the early days of the talk of converting Walter Reed, and how that, you know, I was as a member of the community, as a member of a housing developer, homeless housing organization head in Ward 4, was very involved in those early planning meetings, and where this was even before a developer had been selected as part of a competitive bid, and where it was really about designing it. But it was also different because the federal government owned the land. And this is a private, sale. It's being done, I think, by auction, and there's all sorts of other variables. So I think one of the best options for the district is to look at what might be an opportunity to invest, whether it's not necessarily acquisition, but whether it's development or whether it's some combination to buy into a project to ensure some substantial affordability and affordable units in that part of the city would fit with the mayor's housing framework for equity and growth to increase the number of affordable units across the district in an equitable way. And I think it would be something that we really definitely should take a look at. Hello? Can you hear me?
Councilwoman Henderson?
Damn it.
Okay, she's back. Okay, I
Yep,
think
I'm
you were,
here.
I think you were stuck.
I hope you were able to hear my answer.
We're having some issues, but it was past my time anyway. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Director Donaldson, we've been talking about an area that we all are very concerned about, and that is the creation of more affordable units. And as you were talking, I was thinking about this 34 million for project-based units, and thinking about the number of units we think we can get from that. Trying to get the 1,100 units.
Correct.
And when I do the math, I end up with 30,909. And so I need to ask, what is the length of the covenant that you're putting on the projects? Or do you put a covenant on the projects when you have new units created?
So the HPTF covenant is 40 years at a minimum. It can be more. That's part of the underwriting negotiation. Some projects commit to a longer affordability period or covenanted period. For the local rent supplement program, those are contracts in 15-year segments. They're the same contracts that are issued now by the Housing Authority for LRSP. That would not change. So for the housing provider, we asked earlier, would it change for the tenants? The answer is no. For the housing provider, it would not change either the contractual obligations.
Okay, when I do that math, I come up with about $2,060 a year. For each of those units. That would be the conveyance, the actual dollar conveyance to the owner of these properties. I was prepared to ask you if we were giving them too much of a.
Well, they get a monthly. They get a monthly rent.
Subsidy was too high. Do you think the subsidy is too high?
At 2,000 a month or I'm not sure.
Well, what I'm asking, we're saying it will, with 34 million, we can produce 1,100 affordable units.
What's the 3,400 figure from?
That was the equation that I came up with. Maybe I am looking at the wrong category. How many? What is the amount that you have in your 2-year 21-22 budget for your project vouchers?
The amount that's in the FY22 is we added an increment of 8.4 million to the 38.3 million.
Okay. All right, so I didn't deal with that.
So,
I was thinking 34 as opposed to 38, thinking about
38 and 8. So 38
okay.
plus 8.4 approximately.
Okay.
So
okay.
that's
That's 46,
40
almost 46.7.
Exactly. And what that increment does is get the number of units that need to bid, especially those that were just selected when the clog was cleared, with the 150 million going in to the trust fund this year as part of the supplemental. And,
Okay.
and so those 8 projects were selected, have some LRSP needs as well, and that will help address those needs.
Okay, I believe you had conveyed to some in the nonprofit community that you anticipated that amount of money generating 1,100 units of affordable housing.
Of under 30% AMI.
Yes, oh, that's
housing.
what I'm speaking of, because that's where the subsidy is the greatest need.
Correct.
Of course, I'm thinking
But it actually has to go to 30%
Yes.
MFI and below.
Yes, yes, that bucket,
Madam Chair, if I
once
could,
was 40 and now it's 50%, yes.
yeah, and so that lines up. And again, remembering that rents, as set by the Housing Authority, are not standard across all neighborhoods and zip codes in the district. And so depending on where the project is going to be located, that rent may differentiate. So the range, I mean, I think we looked at it as a max of 1,100 units, but that it may be a slightly less, only because they may be in a higher rent neighborhood, if you will, or where the Housing Authority determines rents by zip code, as they're allowed to by the Housing Choice Voucher regulations.
And that is a condition that we didn't really speak of as to why, or as to one of the reasons why you were not able to always get a clear answer from the authority as to the amount of money that you had for the next project, because it fluctuates, it moves. It's a living thing, it seems to be. Simply because it's not like we say we're going to allocate $2,000 to a unit, because the unit will maybe cost us $2,500 the next year, or what have you, depending on where it's located, might cost us even $3,000. And I guess I'm really trying to understand the allocations that we continue to make towards affordable units. We know we must maintain them in order to maintain the units, at least maintain them for at least 15 years.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm wondering how much further out we can stretch more affordable units in the equation of our affordable housing portfolio, because we may reach a point where we can't add any more affordable units at this rate. And so I'm wondering if we should begin to think about how do we fund affordable units beyond this particular equation. Where do we get the money, as we know we're going to need it at least for more years?
Well, I mean, I think it's an incremental increase in the local rent supplement program. So it adds on each year, and that obligation, and we've done it for 10 years. And I think that and perhaps there may be further efforts at the federal level that might offset some of that in some ways, but that we don't know whether that's going to happen or not. But I would expect that may be, that one day we may have more federal vouchers that could be applied to projects, and we wouldn't need to do that same incremental increase to the local rent supplement program. But that's one possibility, council member. The other is that, that we really look again at the geography, because it is a case where if we're really looking to achieve the equitable distribution of affordable housing across the district, there are going to be some trade-offs in terms of costs in one part of the district versus the other. And that's a policy decision. That's You know, it's an intentionality. I'm working closely with the chief equity officer in the mayor's office, because housing is one of the areas that she's going to be looking at. And that's one of the real questions of what are the, I don't know if there are any trade-offs that I would think would be acceptable in trying to make housing location more equitable and provide that same level of high economic opportunity to any resident of the district. I mean, I don't think there are trade-offs. I think we have to make those investments, and I think that there's support for that. We have to continue to look at that. And I know that's where, when the beginnings of the program were based in that, and based in trying to use it to help also leverage more private sector dollars as well.
Okay. Well, I really could go on. I think I must have like 30 questions here, but I recognize that we are at 9:55, and that seems quite late to
I'm okay if
continue.
you're okay, but I know you've been at this all day long.
I've been sitting straight up, I must admit, and I do need to occasionally walk around or do
I
something.
understand. I do.
So that is my concern. But I see my colleagues are raring to go. Their engines are fired up. They've had 10 naps, I suppose. But seriously, I just wanted to really begin to get us to focus on just how far we can go with the affordable housing piece. I mean, we really have to have a plan B, because we know that the need is there. And what is going to be our long-term obligation? For instance, we have a law in effect that says from the recordation taxes, 15% comes to. Maybe we need to start thinking 20% or 18%. I don't know, but we need to start thinking about where are the dollars going to come from.
I'm happy to have those, to help participate in those conversations with you and the committee.
All right, I appreciate that very much. You indicated that in the trust fund of budget for 22, you show nearly 70 million going towards rental rehabilitation. How much of that is going to go toward rent stabilization buildings? Do you know?
I don't know. I'd have to get back to you on that if I could, council member, but we'll make a note and see the amount in FY22. I'm trying to think, and I'm going to have to look at the specific project that makes up that 69 million.
All right. Can we just speak really quickly about the moratorium on certificates of assurance and what your thinking is as to how much longer it will take to do the research to come up with an answer to that question? Because we at the council have to make a decision. We have to extend the legislation while we're doing this exploration.
Yes, thank you. And I appreciate that. And I think I will ask my legal team, my general counsel, what it would take, and of course the rent administrator as well, to what it would take to get to at least some presentation of options, or at least what that time frame would be, and what legally is the opinion on that.
All right. And would you be able to get back to the committee within the next 10 days, or are we talking about a longer process?
Let me talk with my general counsel and consult with her and see, because I know there has been some initial work done on this, and I need to know how extensive, and then whether we've also obviously consulted with other either outside counsel or OEG as well. So I'm going to check in with her and I will respond to the committee.
All right, I think I have a minute, staff is telling me. And so within the property acquisition and disposition division, the 31 million set aside for acquisition will be paired with the 19 million in federal funds for the purpose of bringing it to about 50 million. What percent of these dollars are earmarked for single household ownership, if any?
Not any at this time. The intent is to use it to develop multifamily rental, but in particularly looking at homeless or extremely low income housing. Those are the two for the home dollars allowable categories, and that would be the intent for all of them. The PAD also has a line item that includes some acquisition dollars that they'll be using with the building blocks program in terms of vacant and blighted property in high areas with a great deal of gun violence to try and help stabilize some of the problem properties in those areas. So they'll be coordinating. That's where the single family purchase will probably take place.
So which funding source were you considering to help us realize the requirement of the Fair Housing Act, and that is to bring affordability to those high-end communities like Rock Creek, I think, West?
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, so what funds would be going?
Yes, what basket
well,
of money?
I think we have that's what we have our toolkit for. Quite frankly, we have some opportunities there with that either can involve some of the acquisition, but I don't believe it would be for necessarily for single family development, probably more likely multifamily, but I think it really depends on the project proposals that we get. We are going to be actively looking for proposals in Rock Creek West. I think we've clearly indicated that's a priority and a geographic priority, and one that actually I believe in the survey, I haven't seen the deeper dive on it, but that there were several projects they weren't named. We didn't ask for names of projects. We just want to know what ward are you planning on doing a development, and there were at least, I think, 3, maybe 4 from at least Ward 3 in that part of Rock Creek West planning area.
Okay, so you would not necessarily be using the property acquisition division of your agency to generate affordable housing, deeply affordable housing in Rock Creek West, as an example?
No, but I do believe that there may be some opportunities with actually the properties we're looking at are distressed properties like motels that haven't reopened, right? And that could be converted. That's one example that could be converted to easily into studio units or units for permanent supportive housing, like the Conway Center, like the Help USA project at Walter Reed. I mean, there are examples where we've done this and I think done it well and have strong service providers that partner with us on that. And so I think that would be the intent, but I don't think I can tie it down to one specific planning area because we're still assessing where properties, where there may be properties and possibilities and where they're located.
And I understand that you would not tie it down to one particular area. I was just curious as to whether or not Rock Creek West would be an area of consideration.
I think it would be. It depends on, I have heard there's actually, I believe, a hotel that hasn't, or a smaller hotel that hasn't reopened. I believe, I'm thinking Wisconsin Avenue, but I don't have the exact address, but yes, we are really actively looking and will be engaging on that, and in part coordinating with DHCD, who did, that special grants program for hotels. And there are some that have had to communicate back whether they're opening or not opening and such. And so that is one source of data, as well as, you know, others in the market as well. But we will be looking to do that and really trying to maximize the resources that we've got from both HUD and from the American Rescue Plan.
All right, well, thank you. I'll now turn to Councilwoman Lewis George.
Thank you. Director, I had some questions. Some advocates have suggested segregating the Housing Production Trust Fund funding for creation of the 0 to 30% MFI units so that those dollars are not in competition with projects for higher income affordability levels. This seems like a wise improvement. Would this help these DHCD in working with housing developers to recruit more deeply affordable project proposals on the front end?
Is this the presumption that all the projects that in this case would be 100% under 30 AMI? I mean, that's where a lot of the projects we get are mixed income projects that have both 31 to 50% and under 30. So part of the, part of the mix of that is, and really it's the calculation. So, I mean, there are lots of different programmatic models, if you will, or development models for how to get to that. It would be our role to be accountable for the dollar, for the dollar amount that's supposed to go to the under 30 AMI bucket. And I think that, again, we get some projects that have varying amounts. It's not all 100%. We also want to make sure that we're not overly focused on concentration of extremely low income projects and that we are looking at how to better promote that. But we can still, I think, especially with that increased local rent supplement program, be able to ensure that we're going to line up. And I think the messaging we've been doing, and it'll be in our qualified allocation plan that'll be issued this summer and in the RFP, it will make it clear that this is a priority and that we want projects that have a significant number of under 30 MFI.
Okay. I hear you. I know it doesn't, but it doesn't alleviate like my concerns that the city has not met the statutory requirement for that 0 to 30% MFI window. And so, okay. The trust funded projects have a history of funding efficiencies in 1 bedrooms and not family size units. How is DHCD going to implement changes to project evaluations to ensure larger units are prioritized for funding, given that larger units are what are most in need by extremely and very low income Black and Brown residents?
Sure. Actually, if you look at the policy criteria in the 2019 RFP and in previous years, we have prioritized or put a additional points for larger units, family size units. That's written in as a priority in that way. And so we have been seeing some additional units come on board because of that. I mean, that's the mix. I mean, I tell you, when we issue our policy priorities and talk with the development community, they listen and they know that this will make their bids more competitive, and they've got to make the numbers work, but they also know, again, with the increased subsidy of the operating subsidy, there's going to be a better opportunity to fund those larger units.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that we have to, and I think there's this like obsession with mixed income building only. And I think I would like us to see the way to make sure that we are meeting our statutory obligations is sort of to find ways to get around that. How is DHCD going to implement changes to project evaluations to take advantage of this influx of funding to ensure units are produced to meet the accessibility needs of more elderly residents and residents with various physical disabilities?
Those are part of the compliance. There have to be accessible units. There are ADA requirements that buildings have to have now. Those are part of our Office of Program Monitoring and Compliance with both federal law and all local district laws. And that Office of Program Monitoring, no proposal goes to the finish line, if you will, without having the sign, without having shown that they have met fair housing, have met the various regulations, both local and federal, related to that. So, and that is where we address the accessibility needs. We also do prioritize senior housing, have done a number of senior projects, senior housing developments, both assisted living as well as affordable. And so we are able to, and our developers know what it is that they have to adhere to in the law.
Okay. Oh man, I have like 3 questions that I can go to either one. I don't want to take up time. Okay. How the BSA includes language about capital-based assistance for projects previously awarded LSRP funds. What I want to understand is, what is capital-based assistance and capital gap financing? So, like in layman terms, how should we understand the intention of these permissible funding requests?
That is actually language that was passed in, I'm going to say 09 or 2010, as a result of projects being frozen. And so that's just existing language in the LRP statute, and it's already there. And indeed, at a time when tax credits were frozen and the economy was in dire straits, projects that had carrying costs were able to draw on some of the capital funds with LRSP in order to make that happen. I think we have to thank Drew Hubbard for that, don't we, Drew? I believe he might have written that legislation or helped write it. I'm sorry. So anyhow, so it's existing language. I know there were quite a few advocates that raised that. It's existing language. It's not a new initiative.
Okay. I have some questions on ADUs, but I want to ask this one question first. How will you and the Housing Production Trust Fund Board apply the comp plan's racial equity lens and recommendations to housing project proposals coming up for consideration? We have a new comp plan with this racial equity lens language in it, so there has to be a change from before in proposal. What does that look like?
That is going to be part of our qualified allocation plan that is in development and will be available mid-July for public comment for a 30-day period, and that will form the basis of the RFP. To be clear, the Housing Production Trust Fund Advisory Board does not make decisions on proposals. Matter of fact, many of them are developers who actually have proposals, and so they are actually, that's not part of their function as an advisory board, just to be clear.
Okay. Great. Thank you for that. Want to get, finally, I'm getting to ADUs. What is Dhcd defining as low and moderate income for purposes of the ADU program? Is this tied to homeowner income, homeowner property value assessment, or something else?
I probably will have to get back to you on the specifics of that, but I believe it's usually income based is what we do. But you're right, we need. But I believe that is how we determine it. It's by income and not necessarily property value at this point.
Yeah, because what I'm trying to get to is, like, will there be sort of a requirement for ADUs to be priced for very and extremely low income households?
Oh, you mean as rental units? Is there a covenant on that?
Yeah.
That is something that's still, I mean, I think that the details of, but it's meant to help the low and moderate income households, or the homeowners. That's where the stipulation. There's not necessarily a stipulation on what rental they can charge for the unit.
Okay, how many ADUs are we expecting to create with this program?
I think it's the amount is 1.5, and I think that would really depend on the cost per. But I can get you what we've sketched out as a figure on that.
Okay, well, I'll follow up.
No, I may have that. Hang on, I might have to look that up. Sorry, give me a moment, and I'll get, unless you have another question.
Okay, well, I have a bunch of questions on ADUs, which I think I'll follow up with your office on, because I'm running out of time, and the rest of my questions are on that section. So if we could follow up on that, that would be great for the purposes of time. My final thoughts is this. My question, I really want us to ask the question, every day, is how do we go beyond the minimum requirement for fair housing? I think we need to push ourselves to do more. in everything that you all do. We have to figure out how we do that so we meet our statutory goals.
I appreciate that, council member, and I absolutely agree. We're actually, as you may know, leading the regional analysis of impediments to fair housing, working with the COG, working with jurisdictions all around the region. We have a very strong fair housing plan ourselves that we implement here in the district. We've been leading that, and actually will be adhering to the wonderful new requirements from HUD that reinforce the Obama era fair housing work. And so we look forward to that with the Biden-Harris administration. The answer on ADUs is approximately 300, and that really would depend on, it's a pilot, so we want to see how this is going to work, but that's the
awesome
number.
Okay, great. That's a great number. Thank you so much, Chairman Bonds.
You're welcome. Thank you. Councilwoman Silverman?
Yes. Director, I want to follow up on something you said, two things you said in your testimony. First, we are putting unprecedented dollars into the trust fund, and you mentioned the transparency in the trust fund allocations. You and your team in my office have been working on a trust fund transparency bill. I wanted to know if you think that we are in a good place and that perhaps we should put that into the BSA, given the extraordinary number of dollars that we're going to spend in the trust fund.
Well, I think actually, I mean, I think that would be for the committee to decide, and the chair to decide with you and all. I mean, we've been working with the committee on this. I will say that the key point for those who may not be aware is that it's the question of when that in part that calculation is done for determining the buckets, right? That's a piece of it, right? The accountability piece. And then on the transparency piece, it's being clear that, we need to present the rationale of horse selection, and that the variables that go into that, as I've explained, I know many times over, it's that both to the auditors and to the committee and to the general public, that they're, the decisions are not based on one set of numbers. These are projects that are all different and require different resources and require different geography and have different unit mixes and all of that. But what we do is establish priorities, and I get some solid information from my very talented team that is analysis that is super helpful in helping in providing me information for which I make the decisions under the authority I have as director of the agency. And I think we've been working towards understanding that sharing some of that information is important, and especially the rationale for decision-making in relation to the policy priorities that both the mayor and the council have set. So I do commit to that, and I would look forward to continuing those conversations with you and the committee.
Okay, got it. I don't want to get in front of the chairwoman, so I will just say that there has been a lot of concern that, as you explained, sometimes might not have been warranted if it was just kind of transparent about how the process worked. And I think given that we're putting $400 million over the course of these next 2 years into the trust fund, having the transparency bill in place, I think would just inspire more confidence. But I'll leave it there. Let me make sure I understand what you were saying about the local LIHTC changes. What I hear you saying is that we don't want to sort of overfund anything, or we want to incentivize using the federal LIHTC before we'll go to the local LIHTC. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Because the changes in the federal LIHTC, which came after the DC LIHTC bill was written, have changed the environment. And it's made it so there are more federal resources associated with the federal tax credits that I'm not saying it doesn't make the DC LIHTC necessary, but it doesn't make it necessary for every project, which right now it's a mandate. And what we're saying, it should be up to 25% versus mandating it must be 25%. That's the distinction. And it's a small distinction, but it's an important one, obviously, because we know by the underwriting calculations that we're leaving federal money on the table. The pricing gets lowered in order to have the numbers work with the DC LIHTC.
Okay. So what I'm understanding you say is that we don't need to use local LIHTC if the federal dollars are available.
If the calculation of the credits and the investors provide sufficient equity in the project that it doesn't need the DC LIHTC, to have it mandated means you can't use all of those available federal credits. And so to me, I would rather go for the federal first and reserve our local tax revenue that has to be, you have to, that has a cost.
You want to maximize the local tax, the federal tax credits is
Correct.
What I'm hearing.
That
makes sense to me. I just wanted to make sure I understood. Okay, in my remaining minutes, let me ask you about the partnership you're going to have with the Department of Human Services on property acquisition. Okay, as I understand it, your agency has the authority to acquire property. DHS does not. So you'll be working with DHS to identify properties that would be suitable for permanent supportive housing.
Correct. Or conversion to permanent supportive housing.
Okay.
They may not be they will need probably some rehabilitation work. And the question of degree and how much is I think, really going to depend on the property, which is why we want to maximize our investment. But yes, we have the acquisition and disposition authority. So we are able to acquire and then do a disposition that would engage a developer, usually a mission-oriented developer. Sometimes also the developer is the service provider. It really depends on, there's several examples of that in our nonprofit community. And, so we would do a disposition, but it would be in alignment with what DHS would like to see in terms of programmatic space and design of the projects. So that's how we'd be teaming with them.
So there's $31 million in the PAD budget and then an additional $30 million in contractual.
No, an additional 19 million in the home, the HUD home budget.
19 million to
50.
For a total of 50 million.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and so what is this going to buy? Is it going to buy one building or?
I think
how do we arrive at the 50 million?
Yeah, we're still, we have not necessarily selected any properties or even necessarily pursued any properties yet. We are looking at the market and looking at what are some of the distressed properties that would be good candidates in terms of hotels. We're working closely with the Office of Planning because they do that kind of analysis and have generated some initial lists of potential properties just based on their analysis. And so we're looking at that, but we have not made decisions. So I can't really say exactly how many buildings or how many units. I know that what we're trying to do is maximize those dollars, and the idea that it would all go into one property, one very large property is, I think really the ideal size, as Director Zeilener has said in our conversations, are buildings, that would be max of 80 to 100 units, but 50 unit buildings also have been models that we have used before, both at Walter Reed, at the North Capitol, Conway Commons, I think it's called, right across from Northwest 1. And so that's, they're models that we have that we know have been successful or running successfully, are sustainable economically, and are solid projects that we need to really increase the permanent supportive housing stock.
Okay, I'm out of time. Thank you, and thank you, Chairwoman Bonds.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman Silverman. Ms. Donaldson, I wanted to
Sorry.
Oh, I'm
yeah.
so sorry. Sorry. Ms. Henderson.
No, it's okay, Councilmember Bonds. I'm gonna be quick because I know that you've been here all day. So
Mhm.
I'm gonna be really
Amazing. I don't know how you do it, Councilman.
I have no choice.
I know. Well, you do it well.
I believe in doing my job.
I understand.
Director Donaldson, my internet froze there at the end, so I didn't get a chance to sort of wrap up there on the conversation about the ward mint. But I just want to be super clear for the record, because people keep asking that the auction for the ward mint is currently scheduled for July 20th, 21st, 22nd, one of those July 20 days. At this particular point, your office on behalf of the mayor has no intent on asking the owner of the property to delay that.
No, we've not had any conversations with the owner.
Okay, all right. I just want to be, super clear about that. And then in terms of the other funding for the acquisition piece, we haven't yet identified any of those particular properties.
No, we haven't identified. I mean, I have a preliminary list from OP that we're in the process of beginning. We have obviously secured, well, we haven't secured it officially from HUD, but that we know the 19 million is coming from the ARPA, but
right.
what we don't know about is the 31 million. So we're just, again, beginning the process, and we need to be able to see what the council decision is on the budget, et cetera.
Okay. There's a $2.24 million investment in community services and community revitalization. This appears to be new. Is it new? It's a new funding line item.
Do you know what part of the budget, or is this the facade? Do you think it's is that the facade money?
Facade.
That's our CDBG funds that every 2 years we put out in an RFP for facade improvement for small businesses and in corridors around the city.
Okay.
For small business. Yeah.
And I also noticed that there's a proposed 2.7 million deduction in portfolio asset management. How will this impact the management and maintenance of the facilities and properties that we currently have?
Oh, that's not where the property management dollars are. That's for portfolio and asset management is managing our loan portfolio. And I believe that's an adjustment in one of the contracts that we have. Am I right on that? I think Drew or Beth can.
Yeah, the decrease is actually sort of a holdover of an error that is in the FY21 approved budget, which is that the HPTF admin, because that budget changed midway thanks to the COVID, let's say redo. That HPTF admin budget was higher than the $100 million would have allowed. So the real budget for HPTF admin in FY21 is 15 million. So there are a lot of numbers in Fund 700 that are inflated in the 21.
So it looks like a differential from year to year, but it's really a correction, if you will. And we can walk through that with you if you want some more detail on that. We're happy to walk you through that.
Okay. I was just curious. I'm not on this committee, so I'm down.
No, I understand. I'm glad you read our budget. It's nice, you're going to be voting, so yeah.
So last week, a few public witnesses spoke in favor of establishing a new fund and setting aside a third of property dispositions for affordable home ownership. I'm not sure if you had an opportunity to hear any of that testimony.
I heard all the testimony, but I'm actually not recalling set aside a fund for for the development of affordable home ownership.
Yes.
I think it was.
It probably would have been Manna.
I think Manna, yes, I think Sasha Gay-Angus did speak to that. As a separate fund, I will say that I think one of the things we are looking at with the QAP, and there will be opportunity for public comment on that, is to emphasize as one of the priorities affordable home development. I think taking the fund and starting to divide it into mini funds is not a great idea. I think it's more cumbersome administratively. And I think that really the device we need to do that qualified allocation plan to the US Treasury. They want to know how we're intending to spend our 4% and 9% tax credits. And As part of that, we also say how we're using our local resources. So it'll be there in on paper in black and white, and then will form the basis of the competitive bid process. So it'll be very clear. I mean, I think we've gotten even clearer in our language there. It is done as part of the competitive bid process in that way.
Okay, but I guess overall, how do you see your role in sort of creating a balance between ownership versus the rental opportunities?
Well, I think we do a lot in terms of home ownership with the HPAP program, with the EHAP. I mean, the Home Purchase Assistance Program is going to be together with the EHAP at 24 million this year. We are in the middle of a competitive process to select the fund, the administrators, the current incumbents or HFA, who you talked with tonight, and the Greater Washington Urban League. But every 2 years, we do a competitive bid to rebid and to also see if there are other interested entities that want to help some of our community-based organizations that may want to be in a more direct role of administering HPAP and really ensuring that that program is helping the maximum number of residents, first-time home buyers that it can. That's one area. We also do affordable home ownership development. Currently, we've supported Habitat for Humanity, MANA. We just opened the Oramenta Newsom Gardens up in Ward 8, and that really was a project that we helped support and fund and provided pre-development money and development money and other resources as well. So I think we have a good track record on that, and we'll continue to support that. We see that as a major priority.
Well, not just some sort of, I know, obviously in terms of the past track record, but I think there's some concern around the enhancements and using some of the federal funds to accelerate, if you will, right? Because I don't think we want to get into a situation in the district where, and I think we're getting there, frankly, where, Black and brown residents, like, rental is all you can do. You can't.
No, I understand.
Get
absolutely.
Into the market.
I absolutely understand that and believe firmly that that's our role. I think what's going to be very interesting is with the Homeownership Assistance Fund, there are a lot of different provisions of that, some of which we have to formulate into a formal plan for Treasury in order to then be able to implement it. But we are going to be piloting some. We have 5 million of the 50 million already, so we can begin to do some pilot activities this summer. I will say that funding goes till 2025. And it actually allows for things, not just mortgage arrears payment and utility payments and for homeowners or condo fee payments or common area, charges being carried. But it also can address refinancing costs, and it can also address mortgage repayment and repayment and reduction. And that could very much replenish the HPAP fund, if you will, because that's the second mortgage in the financing for homeowners who are HPAP borrowers. That could help replenish and expand our home ownership ranks. So we're looking at that as a way to sort of leverage the federal funds in that way for the Home Ownership Assistance Program or fund and all. But some of that is still in formulation and some is still awaiting a little more further guidance from Treasury. I think they just did a revision last week and they've said another is coming as well. So we will certainly keep attuned to that as we develop the program.
Awesome. Well, Director, thank you so much for answering my questions. Chairperson Bonds, I appreciate you providing a little time. I think we put one of our colleagues to sleep.
I think I saw her in bed, quite honestly. But thank you, Councilwoman Henderson. Ms. Donaldson, what are your thoughts about taking a thorough look at TOPA and the TOPA process, maybe through a study or potentially something that would include a discussion about DOPA as well?
Well, I think we're, first of all, very grateful for the committee's your and the committee leadership in getting the DOPA Amendment Act passed. And I think what we see that is as an opportunity to really be able to implement. And we see also the TOPA, when TOPA tolling stops, we know there's going to be a surge of sorts. We don't know exactly what that's going to mean, but I think it's, this is one of the tools that other cities are coming to us to say, how can we do something like this? But if it's something that we would want to have further conversation on, I'd be happy to do that.
Okay, well, since you mentioned, extensively mentioned DOPA, I wanted to ask you, does your agency have a timeline as to when you'll start operating by the revised DOPA program as set forth in the bill, the most recently passed bill?
Sure, as soon as TOPA tolling ends, because as we know, DOPA is subordinate to TOPA and at this time, and continues to be even with the new DOPA amendment, and that we want to, so as soon as the tolling stops, we know that both processes will begin. We do know that the Preservation Fund has a significant amount of funding because there weren't a lot of transactions this year, and we're adding quite a bit next year. So we know there are going to be significant resources for TOPA and, if needed, for DOPA. And that really depends on how TOPA timelines work with tenant associations and such. So I see this as a time of great opportunity, but one that we've got to make sure that we're carefully managing and have given sufficient resources to our CBOs to make sure that they can address the needs of tenant associations. And that's partly what, when I mentioned earlier, our the CDBG CARES Act funding may be a source for that we should be able to look at, as well as the potentially looking at the limited equity co-op funding that we want to set aside in the Preservation Fund.
Okay, I noticed that your FTE dedicated to the co-op process has not been filled.
We will be filling that position, and it will
Have
be
you
under the
advertised for
Preservation
the
Unit.
position? Has the position been advertised yet?
I don't believe so, but I think we, in part because of the TOPA tolling process, and we have not been receiving additional proposals or any action on that front. I think that and in fact, our Preservation Unit pivoted to really do a superb job of launching our early rent assistance programs and actually running CHAP as well. So they were working really hard during a time when there was not a lot of activity, obviously, on the TOPA or the co-op front in that way. But we will turn our attention back to that. I know how you feel, and I know very well that this is a priority, and we will follow through with that.
Yes, it is a priority, but what I wanted to contribute is the original thought of creating the position had to do with the existing co-ops and the need to assist them as well. So there would have been work.
The Home Ownership Assistance Fund is going to provide some resources that will be able to, co-ops are named explicitly in the legislation as being eligible, some of their costs, their common costs, if you will, and fees. And so if those fees are in arrears, we're going to be able to help those properties through an application process, but then really be able to help them and some of the low and moderate income condos associated, where they're low and moderate income households in condo associations. And we know you and I have talked about some of the properties that are at risk and will need some assistance. And this will, I think, help provide a strong infusion of funds.
So has your office put together, has a plan, operating plan or plan that would identify the 2 or 3 requests for proposals that you will be putting out, the NOFAs that you are going to put on the street? I mean, as to what the requirements are. For instance, will one be speaking to the need of, at least 50% of the housing in a proposal would be at 0 to 30%? Or just what is your thinking about that? Because it seems to me if we're going to get at least 2 or more requests for proposals on the street in FY22, we have to start planning now.
And we are, that's partly what's going into the qualified allocation plan,
Yes.
the QAP that will be issued in mid, it's being drafted now. I actually have a meeting on it tomorrow afternoon to review some of the analysis and the work done by the staff. And we are in that planning mode, as you suggest, with high hopes and expectations that the full request of the mayor will be funded, and knowing also that we want to get this document out for public comment. We interact frequently with our broader development community, both not-for-profit and for-profit developers and other interested stakeholders on what our design and plans are, and then that will form the basis of the initial RFP that will be issued in the last quarter of this fiscal year, and that we will then look again in more than likely about the 6 months after that, doing a second, whether it's a round or whether it's a whether it's a separate RFP or whether it's a continuation of the other. And I think that that's part of what I'm awaiting some recommendations from my team on in terms of the plans on that.
I recall about 4 years ago, there was a great deal of concern about the loans that were outstanding to your agency. And I wonder if we could get an update on those loans.
Sure.
I know most money is not due until the properties are really reach their 30 or 40-year covenant, but some may be prior to that.
There are two, actually, we do receive repayments. We document that in the responses. We can point you to the answer in the notebook that we sent, but I can tell you that we do get repayments for those projects that are cash flowing in a positive way. They are required to repay a designated amount each month. That is part of their payback of their loan. When any property refinances, we are paid for that, and that goes into the back into the trust fund as well. And then I will say that these are longer term loans. They are 40-year loans, and so that is one of the reasons. And it's not a regular mortgage where you buy a house and you start paying immediately your mortgage. These are very much set up based on what the operating expense is up front, and needing to fill the units. You need your rental income to be consistent and to have not a lot of other operating expenses, and to be able to meet your reserves requirement and pay back. Usually your payment is on your first mortgage, and we're not usually in first position with the HPTF. So all of those are variables, council member, on what kind of repayment we get. But I'm happy to share that data with you from our responses as well. Question 70 says my team. So if you look at,
I don't have the notebook, so.
well, I can give that to you. I have it right here. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so fund balance, repayment.
We tend to get $5 to $6 million a year on a pretty consistent basis.
I'm sorry, it's how much?
About $5 to $6 million. And then, in years like this, we are seeing some extra repayments because there's good refinancing available to lots of projects. So,
and so when we get this, as you call it, repayment, as we get this revenue, how do we plan to use it?
Well, go ahead, Beth. Yeah.
Oh, I was just going to say, we didn't used to score that revenue for reuse, but in FY 20 and 21 and in the 22 budget, that revenue is built in. So if you look at the budget for UZ0, there's $10 million in Fund 6218. That is our assumption about repayment, and also the fees that we received from the IZ penthouse fees. So that is
Okay.
built into our assumptions about what we'll have available to spend.
All right, and what is the code again?
6218.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I didn't know exactly where to look, but also you said is question 70, right?
Yeah.
All right, and so when I
It shows
have
the loan-
access to
shows the
the
whole portfolio
information,
then.
yes, I'll look for it.
Okay. And if you have follow-ups, we're happy to answer.
Okay, well, we could go on for another hour. I've got my third win, so we won't go on for another hour.
Well,
Oh my
that's good
goodness,
news.
I know, we're not even at 11. I mean, this is easy.
And Sam, tell us how many people are still watching on the YouTube?
I don't,
We got 30 on YouTube watching still.
Wow.
oh my goodness,
Only 2
fantastic.
attendees left. Only 2 attendees.
Fantastic. All right, well, I do have a question about a couple of projects. And these are projects that I'm really looking for a way in which we can manage or come up with solutions to these situations. One is a condominium that has a co-op within the condominium in order for lower income persons to have the option to really have ownership. So how can we address that kind of model to make sure we keep it afloat and that no one loses their home? What tools can we use?
I mean, I believe if I'm, as a former resident of Mount Pleasant, I just wanted to say that I believe it's the Kennesaw, is that not right?
That's
on
correct,
Irving and
yes.
16th. And I can tell you that that is a very, I mean, it's also involves historic preservation. It involves a special assessment, that condo versus co-op. And I know it's an extremely complicated situation. I know there've been some discussions with the HPRB, the Historic Preservation Review Board, and such. What I can commit to is that I will certainly inquire with the Office of Planning with Director Trueblood, just as to, you know, what are the parameters of that. In general, you know, having a co-op within a condo does lead to conceivably to two different sets of rules and regulations. And I'm not absolutely sure that that's even permissible under condo association law in the district. And I mean, and I'm not a lawyer who would be able to figure that out, but I think we will try to see if there are what specifics there are currently in the code, and if there are any ideas or that we could discuss with you in terms of potential solutions. I don't know the full extent of how many there are actually, but I know that we can, we'll certainly do a little researching and get back to you on that.
Well, one of the things I've discovered, Ms. Donaldson, is that there are a number of cooperatives in the city. And some did start out as condos. And so I don't know if that means there may be others where, you know, the number of units that are co-ops may be 10, but the units of condos may be 50. I don't know. So I suspect this is an arena that we really need to look into, because as usual, we do not hear from the public until there is a financial issue.
Of course. And it could be that, you know, this home ownership assistance fund, this may be, I don't know. It depends on what kind of assistance and whether assessments can be covered as the same way that fees can. Do you know what I mean? So that, but I don't know if that's the case, and I'm certainly, we need to investigate. So, and make sure that we're obviously compliant with the federal law on this.
And I hear you, and I would assume, or should I assume, with the $2.3 billion that the city received to use as it will, I'm wondering, I had always hoped that we would have the flexibility and utilize it to create some special funds that would be available to assist in these kinds of situations. I know that you're waiting for some specific guidelines on a specific pot of money, but I wondered whether or not you'd given thought to creating some of these pots of money that we can use, because there may be many peculiarities that you're going to run across. The district's housing department has been around for quite a few decades. And I am sure that the deals and the arrangements may have varied over the years. We are lucky now we have a preponderance of tools that we can use, but I can recall in the 80s, we didn't have some of these tools. And probably in the 70s, I know we didn't have some of these tools. So in my history with the government, it's been long-term, and I can just say that things have changed. And so I just wondered, and nothing will surface until families, households feel like they're in trouble.
Or in jeopardy.
And
That
then
is
they'll
the way.
remember, I got that loan from the, Dhcd, So just want to make sure that we pay attention to that. And then we have the issue, another special case, which is the 1200 block of Talbot Street Southeast, which seems to be a warranty issue more than anything else at this point. But I was wondering if, since it seems to be an extreme situation, and the purchases were made through our HPAP, I wondered if we could sort of, cancel that deal and give the families, affected families, the opportunity to start over at a different location. In other words, we assume whatever responsibility is to ultimately have the units repaired if that's possible, because in many instances they are not livable. And so it just seems like a shame. I feel like this is a situation where, they say, if you're in a store and the orange price is says 5 cents when it really should have been 50 cents, the customer is correct. Or the customer is right, because they're following that sign that said 5 cents for the orange, when it's just marked. But when you get to the cash register, you're going to pay what is the mark that you saw, which was the 5 cents. Can we do something to help, or think about how we can help?
I can tell you that we have helped already. We have actually perfected the warranty claim for the HOA at Talbot Street. That means then that the bond goes through an insurance company review, but that there was a bond that was put on the property. That so by the developers, even though, and so that's the part of the process that we're most directly involved in. The layer to do with HPAP is something that we should look at, but and see what options there may be, and all. But I think I hear more so that, do we have any extraordinary emergency funds that could help with these extraordinary circumstances? And that's a question that, I think we'll all have to take a look at together, because the council's, has to, in terms of finding money in this budget process for something like that, because I don't have such a fund right now and all. But that's, like I said, these are extraordinary circumstances, and certainly I can commit to talking with my team internally and seeing if there are any options that we can discuss.
I remember years ago when people would drive through the city and hit major potholes, And they in turn were able to file a claim with the city and get remittance that would help them with the repair of their automobile, simply because they drove through the District of Columbia. And so, and that fund then was in what was called the Corporation Council, which would be our Office of Attorney General. And I was just wondering, since we have in the past found a way, if we could look more closely. I think that it's a part of our overall program of providing affordable housing broadly to and throughout the community, making sure our people have a safe, sanitary living conditions. So that's why I bring it to your attention. I don't have any great ideas of how we can do it, but I think it's something that we really need to look at. And if you were to put together a working group to help you figure out that, I'm sure you would find a number of folk in community. Some consider themselves experts, certainly from the legal community, that would work with you to come up with some plans perhaps that are doable and fundable. I know you're very tired.
Sorry. Yeah, no,
I know.
I also, that would stress my brain right now to try to think of that plan, but I will, I have my notes and I will review them.
All righty. All right.
Tomorrow is another day, right?
Yes, yes, it is.
And you have yeah, you know. So.
And I actually have a few more, but I will send a few questions to you. That's if you fine. Don't mind.
Please
and
do.
I want to thank you and your team for your diligence, for your follow through, and for remaining here. And thank you for giving so much of your time to my colleagues. I hadn't expected that I would have to share with three, maybe one or two, but not three, but it's okay. It is the process. So thank you again, and thank have a good rest of the night to the best of your abilities.
All 1 hour left. Yes, right. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Hour and 4 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Yes. And let's see if I can find my last paper so I can conclude the hearing. All right, thank goodness I found it. This concludes today's budget oversight hearing, and I want to thank again all of our witnesses and remind the public that the next meeting of the Committee on Housing and Executive Administration will be on Thursday, June 24th, when we will hold our 6th and final budget oversight hearing on the Executive Office of the Mayor and the government witness for the District of Columbia Housing Authority. And with that, we are closing our hearing. We are adjourning, and the time is 10:57 p.m. on the same day in which we started, which was June 22nd, 2021. Thank you all. Good night.
Good night. Thank you, Council Member. Thank you.